Hello, conscious community. Welcome back. And thank you guys for being here with us. I am Tara. My twin sister is also here, Tammy. And I would like to have you guys get ready to soak up all this knowledge and information we're about ready to give you guys. So get your paper and pen ready. And we're going to be speaking about trust law, contract law, spirituality, universal law, and everything in between. And again, I am Tara, a living, breathing, soulful woman. And my identical twin, Tammy, again, is here. And she is a mindset coach. And she does credit specialty repair and relief. So she's here talking about that later on in the call. And we are so graciously excited that MinisterBeebetta is here. And he is again here with us today, sharing knowledge, his divine knowledge on subconscious state and hypnotherapy. He helps you stop what is stopping you and have what is not aware become aware. And he helps high achievers, entrepreneurs reprogram their mindset for success. So all of us, me, Tammy, and Minister, we're all Sagittariuses. So we love sharing with you all the knowledge that we acquire. So thank you guys for being here and taking the time to listen. We have done our own research. We have done our own soul searching. We have decoded this matrix system because it is a matrix system. We have all gone inward to acquire this knowledge from our heart space. And we're just here and happy to be sharing this knowledge with you guys. So we are here to help guide those who need guidance and clarity on this knowledge and subject matter. So if you guys have any questions, just type them in the comment box and we will be able to address them. And if they don't get addressed, then we can answer them in a later private DM. So if you have any comments or any questions, just type them in the comment box for the people that are live and anybody on the replay. If you guys have any questions, all of our information is in the bio, in the description, so you guys can leave us a message. We'll get back to you, and we always get back to our people. So if you don't already know, our programming has been inverted and we have been indoctrinated, and it's time to reprogram our subconscious mind in order to comprehend the system. We are electromagnetic beings with the fields of knowledge, and you are the gatekeeper to unlocking these codes and knowledge and information and data. So it's connect to your divine heart space and quiet the monkey minds and center yourself, because only you can help you and only you can save you. And we are not relearning, we are remembering, and we're reprogramming divine codes into this quantum field. So make that make sense for yourself. And if you have any questions, we have the answers. So, and we only share from our heart space because we want to see everyone succeed in this area and stand in your God-given rights, because they have been taken away from us. They have been inverted. And we want you guys as well to understand your God-given rights. So if you don't know or haven't seen the introduction video, that's where I stand on this mission. So if you haven't seen the first video on my YouTube, you can go there and watch it or rewatch it. And I share more on what my mission is, what Tammy's mission is as well. So if you guys want to go see that, it's there in the first video. So, and I also want to thank you guys for all the love and support. You guys rock. Without you guys, I wouldn't be able to do this mission. And thank you for the donations. Thank you for the love. Thank you guys so much. I love the hearts. And if you guys want to donate, I have links in my bio, on my Instagram, on my YouTube, Investing Possibility. So if you guys want to donate, I appreciate it. If you can't donate, then leave a comment, like, share, subscribe with people that want to know this information, because this information is soul searching, life changing, and you will remember who you are. So I'm so glad you guys are here with us. This information needs to get out to the people who want this enlightening truth and to the masses who don't know what they don't know. So, and you guys are able to get these downloads yourself when you go inward and you do the work. so this knowledge can be comprehended for all of you guys. And this is a labor of love. God lets me eat the labor of my love. I love to plant seeds. I love to watch God water the fields, and I always eat the fruits of my labor. And I became the beneficiary, grantor, and trustee of my own life. And I couldn't have done it without Minister, because he did an amazing hypnosis. If you guys haven't seen those hypnosis, it's on the last video number 3. And if you want to go watch that and see the hypnosis, it is amazing, and you will step into your divine purpose. And because of that hypnosis, I have stepped into my divine purpose. And I thank you so much, Minister. And not only is he our minister, he's my mentor and a very, very good friend. So without further ado, I would love to introduce Minister and have him share some of his knowledge and wisdom with you guys. MinisterBeebetta.
Grand day, grand day, grand day. Let me know y'all can hear me.
I can hear you.
Put some ones up, put some twos up.
Yeah.
Well, we all about numbers, so. All right. Then the second thing I'm gonna ask is, no, this ain't an ask. So this is not a complaint. This is more like a writ. Okay. A writ is a command. Okay. So if you really want to be in the trust and you really want to do this thing the right way, first thing you got to do is turn your camera on. Because if you can't face us, you definitely can't face a judge. If you can't face yourself and look at yourself in whatever condition you in and don't give a shit, you trust won't work for you. It won't. So just like the last call, I'm not the one to make people do anything. But the last call, I recommended a lot of people to go through the experience with everybody. Everybody didn't. Some people experience it after, which is fine. But when you do something in a community and you do it together, you get the energy from the community, not just you, your spirit and your soul just trying to put something together. So if you into this information and you think about and scared about how the straw man look, you failed already. I can tell you that. You failed. You failed. Because right now, every court case that's online right now, first thing the judge tell you to do is turn your camera on. And now they telling you how to dress at home. They'll tell you to take that robe off and go put something on appropriate and come back to court. Have you seen how far off the extension of, you see that? They trick you physically in the courtroom. Now they already done put it online. You far away from the courtroom. So if you can't show your pretty face, whatever I do, whatever I talk about, it's not gonna work for you. Period. But other than that, we get to it. Okay. Other than that, all right. It's just I just always like to give heed. So you can get the full experience. No need to be somewhere if you're not getting the full experience or wherever you at. There's no need to try to learn something if you can't follow simple directions without letting your subconscious come up with an excuse to say, oh, my hair ain't fixed, or my background messed up. Nobody don't care about that. The judge don't care about that, and I don't care about that. We all just have one thing that we trying to do. I'm trying to educate, and he trying to lock you up. So take heed to what I say or don't, whatever. But we had a great time. The last call. Actually, I ain't even no words to explain the last call. It was the first of many calls. The sisters invite me in their community. My thing is to come and share and give all the information I can. So what we decided to do is change it up a little bit. Because you know, the sisters, they'll shut the mics down. And I like the mics to be on. So we come to some type of agreement. We come to a common ground, right? It's an agreement. It's a contract, right? We form oral contracts all the time. So I told him what I don't agree with, right? So I said, you know what? Let's switch it up. Let's put one or two people on the stand, and I want to pick two people that really want to do this. I want to pick two people that really want to experience what I have to offer as a coach. And I do things like that for my personal clients. So I rarely do what we did on the last call, because the subconscious state is something brand new. When you guys hear about it more, I will be the founder of it. Okay? It's brand new. Nothing like it. I'm inventing it on the fly, using people like y'all to help me, right? So what I begin to formulate is that most of us have like these different stories that came from our family members. Some of them ancestors now, but the way that they spoke to us was always like a fear. It's always like, you can't do this, or don't do that, this, that. I'm from the South, so it's very heavy where I am. It's like everything you try to do is like somebody said, don't do that, don't do this. But what I want to do is I want to pick two people to come up, two people, one person that experienced the last call and one person that didn't experience the last call. So somebody that's in the community and somebody that's brand new. I want to see two sides of the spectrum. All right. So, I mean, Jay already been thrown out there. Jay, you've been thrown out there since probably a week ago.
About a week ago.
About a week ago. So I want to get like one more person, preferably female, so we can have two sides of the coin. I always like to have two different sides of the coin. So, you know, female we have on that open to come on, come on and definitely turn your camera on. Actually, it wouldn't be fair for you to do it because you around me all the time.
I raised my hand, so unless you want somebody else.
We at? Okay.
I'm brand new.
No, we good. We are fine. We are fine. Okay. So we got, what do you want to go by? I don't like to call people by their name.
Me?
Up here. Yep.
What do you doesn't like matter. I go by last names. You can call me a star.
What do you love to be called?
It doesn't matter. You can call me a Starte.
All right, Starte. Okay. She made it hard too, like Starte. Okay. How about Star?
Yeah, that works.
All right, Jay. So Jay is Jay, okay? All right, so
I'm good with that.
all right, so what I want y'all to understand is that everything works in threes in this, what we call the matrix, okay? It do go into different numbers, the 3, the 6, the 9, but it normally starts at the 3. Everything starts at 3. So when I talk about things, I always talk about things in three. I always tend to separate the mind, the body, and the spirit. Most people separate into two, the mind and the body. They look here, like something talking to me, they count that one. Then they feel the body, they count that one. They always leave out one.
I go by 4.
Huh?
I go by 4, the mind, body, spirit, and the soul.
Yeah, right. Mind, body, spirit, and the soul.
Mm-hmm.
But one of my mentors, so this is what y'all learn about me. My mentors was from Iraq. Okay. I was taught this information at the most vulnerable time ever. I was in an explosion in 2007. I was in the military. That was my second tour. Okay. When I was in that coma, I was separated from my body. But some people, when that happened, they don't notice it. But I noticed it all. I noticed the separation. I saw the separation. I saw my body at like a certain percentage where I couldn't go back in it. It was almost like it'll tell me when it's ready. It was almost like it was cooking. And you hit his ring, okay? And when you hit his ring, that's when you approach the light in the dark. But from my experience, it's reversed. Me going to the light brought me back here. And I couldn't ever explain this, right, to people. So that's why I started getting into hypnotherapy. Because I was like, if I can't learn this from somebody, then I go there myself. And in my dreams, I can't control it like I want to. I can a little bit, but not quite like I want to. Not quite like looking in the mirror and doing self-hypnosis and putting myself down. So when my body's still like this, not falling over. My family never heard a thump on the floor. And I do this all the time. All the time. And like Star said just now, you have to create in your mind the best way for your mind to understand this information. Everybody on this call going to understand this information totally different. So many perspectives, right? But I can tell you one thing that's true. One thing that is true. If you got a purpose here, you're going to keep coming back until it's done. I don't care if you commit suicide. I don't care what you do. If you got a purpose here, you're going to come back. So let's eliminate all the things that we can't control. And death is one of them. So this conversation we having right now, we having it like we won't leave here. That's the kind of conversations we need to start having. Because you don't. Because when you establish a trust can die. People that have said that has lied to you. A trust can die every 21 to 25 years. If it's living. Now, if it's irrevocable, yeah, it can live forever, for sure. So I'm not going against everything that people may say, because it's a truth in everything. But I was trained by people that didn't have time to think about what they had on. They didn't have time to think about what they lived in. None of that. All they thought about every day and all day was like Pinky and the Brain. I don't care if it was a cigarette shop owner, he wanted to take over the world. I don't care. Baker, his whole objective was to take over the world. And what he was doing, though, not the way the world had me programmed, like everybody overseas is a killer and everybody overseas want to kill me. So my shift happened a long time ago. My shift happened when I knew and understood that they had us under agriculture, because I saw it in my military paperwork. So if you was in the military, they tell you that you agriculture. Now, when I really figured out that they was not lying about this, as soon as I got the basic training and they put us on a cow truck. They just pile you on there. Like a herd of cows just being piled on, just like that. And when you get off, you hear the worst things that you ever probably heard in your life. Now, if you brand new to the world, somebody saying something about your mama don't sit right with you. This is how it went. Get the fuck off the bus, you dumb motherfucker. Your mama ain't shit. Your daddy ain't shit. Think about this, though. This is the same thing that made me who I am now. But it started off like hell. I couldn't see the other side. So what I'm saying is I'm trying to adapt it to the light in the dark. I couldn't see what they was doing at first, but they was reprogramming me. They was reprogramming me to say, your mama spoiled you. Your daddy wasn't around. I don't give a shit. The first approach, you would think somebody trying to harm you, but they're trying to rip out all those old stories that you got going on. By the time you finish basic training and you get out of AIT and you go home for the first time, everything different. When I see my mama, the first thing I said in my head when I saw my mother, was she a civilian? If you understand what I'm saying, it's a big thing. This is something that they tell people in the military daily. You a soldier, and that's a civilian. Even when they come visit you when you graduate, they don't say that's your family. They say that those civilians over there. Yeah. Yeah. NLP at its finest. The top scientists in the world come up with this program. I don't care what color that person is. I don't care what background they is. Everybody go through that same washing machine and come back out the same way. How is that possible? All our offspring could go in the military right now, and all of them gonna come out the ass in the same, thinking the same, moving the same, doing the same thing. I wanted to go, but what about the people that didn't want to go? Was that good for society? Nope. Going back to what I was saying before, nobody never told you if the light was good or bad. Nobody never told you dark was good or bad. Nobody never told nobody that. Nobody never read it. See, that's the people I was taught from. Take out all the fluff and the BS and get to it. What is equity? For the living. What is commercial? For the dead. So if you find yourself reading not the Sun book, but you find yourself reading the Book of the Dead, then you might end up with the dead. Never said not research it. I never said not study it, because I study everything. But I never joined anything. I joined the biggest gang in the world. Why would I join anything else? Why? Shit, at least they'll give me a flag when I die. I know some of the stuff that we fight for now, you ain't getting nothing. Go stand on the court steps right now and say you represent the Moors and you got a whole army behind you and see what happens. It's a time for everything. It's a time for fairy tale and it's a time for real life. Those things are something that we connected. We created these stories to connect us to our culture. Never said that we was that though. Never. Never once. Never once. I get into it with people all the time. I know about history. I know a lot about history. But we not living in them times. If you think it's 2025 and you don't know that it's 1783, then you already lost. Lost. And people ask me about discharging debt. Do you even know what time frame you in? The basic stuff. That's the basics. What? That's the basics. Let's talk about it. Let's talk about the basics, okay? Your brain is like a sponge. It's going to soak up everything. But one thing about it is you are an electrical being. That means anything other and that is electrical can affect your current. See, when people say they struggling and they hurting, that's because you let something affect your current. See, okay? It's only a you problem. It only could be a you problem because a trust can be living or dead. And you can choose. So the universe in threes is operating in threes, but then you can create something living or dead. You know, they used to hang people for stuff like that. The things that we could do now, wake up and create an EIN and create a whole nother person, they would have called that blasphemy back in the day. Us waking up and saying that we got God within us and we got the light, somebody would have hanged you up. Only a couple of years ago, not triple decades ago, not millennials ago, this just happened. So how we went from that to now me and my consort are going to look at a Hummer and it look like it about to fly off the ground. That means that somebody ran into somebody else with advanced information. This is common sense. This is common sense. Somebody got to come along and say, hey, man, you know, if you change that, if you grab that motor piece and you move that motor piece and then let's go down here to the electric store, then we're going to get this plate and we're going to put this plate in there and then the plate going to catch the sun and then you don't have to ever use gas again in your life. But somebody had to say it first. And then not even say it. Somebody had to believe it. You know how many people turned down Tesla? Man, get out of here. And this one, it was sense. Just like Bitcoin, people being fooled not to invest in Bitcoin. Why wouldn't you invest in the next currency? That don't even make sense. I'm not talking about the shit coins and XRP and all this stuff, but why wouldn't you be putting $100 in something that's backed by the same thing the dollar bill back. Shit, you more safer there, because at least that operate by contracts where everybody got to agree for real for it to happen, which is the lie that they told us before without paperwork. Ain't that's the way the promissory note is supposed to work? So why we need crypto if that's the way that was supposed to work? I thought that was supposed to work based on agreements and contracts. So that means the contracts they're pretty fraudulent then, right? If I come and I ask for everything, which is full disclosure from anybody, and you can't produce it, it's a problem. And nobody can produce it. Why? Because you don't show a trust in the public. I see so many people follow people that show they trust online. If somebody show they trust online, that's fine if they studying. But if they doing that in the purpose of to sell you to say that they're expert, no, this can't be. This can't be. That's why I don't share stuff online. People always say, MinisterBeebetta, where you at? Why you don't? Because soon as I share something, somebody take it, make it into something, and then people feed into it. I know I was the first person to put Masonry online. Now you got people that got Masonry trust online. It ain't no such damn thing as an Masonry trust. What's Masonry? How you feel, how you move, your culture, your trust. What do your trust say? I know a lot of people buy other people's trust, but what do it say? Do you know? If you don't know what it says, you can't operate in trust. I don't care if you got a trust. I get calls all the time. I don't care because you can't tell me what's in it. So why I'm gonna speak for that trust? Why would I even take my time to even go through it when I have one that's actually perfected? It don't make sense. That means I'll be going against myself. For what? Somebody else's idea? No, I'm gonna bring my own ideas to fruition. I don't need investors to do that. So, like I said, we're gonna talk to Jay. Sometime y'all I go into those little, I don't even call them, it's just an expression. It's an expression. Okay. There's many sides to myself. I don't talk about myself, so that's why I'm gonna stop from nothing else about myself. Okay. What we're gonna talk about today is Jay and Star. Okay. And I'm just gonna ask questions. That's it. I'm just gonna ask questions and I want you guys to answer it. I don't want you guys to answer the question to be the smartest person in the room. I'll help you with that. I just want you to answer it based on how you feel. Okay? Based on how you feel. All right? So, at the end of this call, everybody, okay, this is when you guys see the other side of a Sagittarius. So the twins up there, they different side of Sagittarius than I am. I'm a wood rat, okay? So I did say something earlier about turning y'all cameras on. I did say the universe operate in threes. And I said it 2 times too. When that third time come and you remove from this call, I don't want you to say nothing because I got the button too. And I really love trust so much that will happen. Because at the end of this call, I'm going to do something that I only, and I got people on here right now. I got Ashley in here. Ashley always right. Ashley is mine. Yeah, she always right there. All right. But I only do this with people in my community. And it's called ghostwriting. Ghostwriting is the hardest thing to ever perfect. Okay? It's like the highest level of hypnotherapy. Like going into the realms, okay? Everybody get a pen and everybody have a notebook. And I'm just saying it, have this pen and a notebook. And at the end of this call, y'all thought the last call was something. That's normally what I do on an intake call. You know what I'm saying? That was an intake call for what y'all experienced on the last call. I do that when I first meet people, okay? But it's results. I'm always going for results. But at the end of this call, we're going to do something called ghostwriting. Everybody that want to be a part of it, I advise you, if you ain't right, get right. If your background ain't right, get it right. Because when I go to do that and I can't see you, we taking you out. And I like it too, because we ain't charging, so we could definitely do stuff like that. That was 2 times. Okay. All right. We keep going. But let's talk about, all right, so, and I want both of you guys to, like this, I want this shit to be like Wheel of Fortune. Get what I'm saying? I don't want one person to hang back. Nah, I want competition of the mind. Okay. All right. So let's start it off. On your notepad right now, I want you to write down and answer this question. What is your top 2 biggest expenses? Top 2 biggest expenses. Oh yeah. Starting to heat up. You know, we always start off a little slow, then we on there for like 8 hours. Last time we start off slow and we was on here for 4 hours. I know it. All right. All right. That's the first one. Second question. If you can change that and you can afford that amount, what would the amount be? If you have that amount and you can look at that amount, because those are your top 2 expenses. Most people don't even look at a budget sheet. So what we're doing is going to help you. Trust me. All right. At the same time, I want everybody to put their hands up like this. Now, Star, when you turn your hand like this, what you got? Left thumb over right or right thumb over left? Which one? Unmute your mic. Unmute your mic.
Left.
It's gonna do it again. Do it again.
Right.
And do it again. Okay, all right. Most people on this call, if you unloose your hands without thinking about it and do it again, it's gonna do that again. Same thing.
Left.
Right? Okay.
Right. Yeah.
Right? It's gonna automatically do it. Okay. Now, this is what I want you to do. The next thing I tell y'all to do, I want you to take a pause and I want you to pay attention to what your mind say. Okay? Everybody mind go say something different, but I want y'all to start paying attention to the shift. Because once you start to pay attention to when you shift, that's when you what they call mastery. That's self-mastery. So at this moment, I want everybody to switch. You felt that? Like my thumb ain't even in the right place. You know, like you felt that. Now go back. Go back. It feels so good.
Just
But
the
go
thumb
to
or
the other
all the
way.
fingers?
Go to the other way. Go back. It feels so good. But when you go to the other one, it don't feel quite that good. In your mind, it's like I gotta adjust this somehow. Like that's what your mind's saying right now. I gotta figure this out. And it wasn't a big thing, but to your mind it was, because you have to realize that the subconscious can't see shit. It can't. It can't see nothing. Okay? So every little adjustment that you make, and even big adjustment that you make, when you make that adjustment, you got to be okay with it. So when you did like this, you was fine. When you did like this, it's like you start glitching. And it wasn't a big thing. Like, hold up, be tripping, okay? All right. Now, I just want y'all to feel when you get uncomfortable. You can loose your hands, but I want y'all to start getting used to the shift, starting to notice when your mind don't want to do things, don't want to cooperate with you. Because at that point, it was like, it wasn't big, but it was uncomfortable. And the people that I've studied from when it comes to hypnotherapy, the mind, it don't like to be uncomfortable. It don't like pain. So you got a child inside of you that don't like pain. They love to play, but they don't like pain. Right? So what we're going to do over this whole call is we're going to eventually get them to work together. Most people try to quiet one to improve the other. I don't work like that. I like to balance them out. When I see that picture on the wall, that yin and the yang, I don't never think about quieting one side to be on one side. I never thought about when I was up there if I needed to even separate the light in the dark. I thought it was a choice because I still believed in colors. But colors don't even exist there. So how am I even talking about black and white when it don't exist there? So that means I'm still there, even trying to operate through the ego when I'm out of my body. So the ego still is attached to the soul and the spirit, even when it leaves the body, the ego is still somewhat attached. And the ego is the body. So how is this even possible? I mean, it's leaving a remnant attachment to you when you go to the next body or when you go to the next place, when you go to this. That's why I started doing what I do. Our whole thing is to rewrite and reprogram your story to where you don't take it and pass it to the next generation, because this is DNA. So my whole thing is that, okay, if we can awaken the mind, to me, if we awaken the mind, then we're going to awaken the DNA. It just takes certain words. Abracadabra, maybe, you know, there's a lot of different things to make that stone roll. You know, people read the Bible all the time, but they don't really pay attention to the stories. Like, that was a big ass stone to like just, you know what I'm saying? Like, in your mind, you have to say, okay, it's a big stone in front of me and I got to remove it. I got to move it somehow. People is telling you that's the way. You got to go through that. You got to let the stone move and you got to step in there. And that is where Christ lies. It's just another story. They just telling you another place that you at. Another way to get to them. You gotta move that big ass stone, and that's what we gonna do at the end of this call. The people that rock with me, y'all gonna walk up and y'all gonna actually see your stone. Now your stone gonna look totally different. It ain't gonna be that round oval stone that everybody got in their mind from the Bible. Your shit might look like it might not even be a stone, right? But this is the things that make you uncomfortable. And that's what I'm all about. 1 second, y'all. What's that, bro? One of my little ones, he want to watch some TV. Go ahead, as long as it's numbers. but but the main thing is that I always had to keep asking myself, is it really a choice? Is it a choice? Do you even have to make this choice that people tell you you had to make? But I can tell you what, you ain't gonna make the choice. Something gonna make the choice for you. So for the people that I try to get you to go into a certain direction, it's not that I'm trying to get people to turn their cameras on because I feel like I can tell you to do it and you're gonna do it. Like, that's not it. It's just like, in order to really know that somebody is real, you have to look them in the eyes. I don't care if we on Zoom. You still want to look somebody in their eyes. Like, I could be AI, I could be a whole lot of different things. So you want to look in my eyes and see if you see some white in there. You know, I tell people all the time, even when people draw, you see the little flicker. They're gonna draw that little white thing in a person's eye. Even when they draw a cartoon, they're gonna draw the little white flicker. Like, that's your life. If you look at somebody's eyes and you don't see that, like I showed y'all with this guy right here, I didn't see it. We're gonna get back to that. But I didn't see life in his eyes. But it didn't feel bad though. It didn't feel bad. But I didn't see light in his eyes at the same time. Now, did he come to help me or not? That's the question. Okay. Now, this is the Uber drive that I had. And I saved this story just for this community call because I know I was going to ask these questions. Now, the first question I asked, Jay, what was the top? What was your number one expense? What was your two expenses? Two top expenses?
I went with a mortgage, and I was gonna go with time, but I think you were looking for something more substance. So I would say child support.
Okay. All right. All right. Lock that in. Lock it in. What I want to do is start to show y'all a pattern. Watch. Rose, Star,
Yes, sir.
top two.
My top two were rent and health expenses.
All right. So that house,
Yeah.
miscellaneous. So we're going to say house match. So between you and Jay, house is one of those things. All right.
Exactly.
Cody,
More.
top two.
How old am I?
No, I was actually top two.
So family
Okay.
and like food, surviving.
But it's family because of shelter.
Sure.
House again. Okay. All right. All right. Let's see. Tom, top two expenses. Hold up. Mute out. I'm on mute.
Rent and car, even though I'm not paying either one right now.
Jay, where you at? Where you located?
Pennsylvania.
Star, where you located?
Pennsylvania.
Tom, where you located?
I'm in Florida, but I'm from Pittsburgh.
All right, one more. Let me see. I saw somebody with a pen. Queen.
Oregon.
Top two expense.
Making money and finding a job.
Top two expenses. What you pay right now?
For my rubber bands, I make $1.
Okay. But is that $1 your top expense?
Yes.
Okay, that's fine. It's still an expense. Because remember, money ain't real. Money not. When I say money not real, y'all, that don't mean you don't have the intention to go get it. What I'm saying is it's only a promise to pay. Okay. All right. So don't get me when I say money ain't real. I ain't one of them. Okay. I ain't one of them to run down the street saying that. Okay. Queen, this is my whole thing. Queen, where you located?
Florida.
So I got 1, 2, 3, 4, and I'm sure everybody else is the same. Everybody on this call, housing is at the top of the list. Even if you don't pay rent, still at the top of the list. Then you got a miscellaneous, okay? But this is what I wanted to show y'all. Jay, don't tell nobody how much you make, but based on how much you make, is child support getting most of your money? Or is it another devil that you ain't named that's getting your money? I've seen the devil. And I don't mean by the pitchfork guy. I mean the energy, right? And y'all ain't name him yet.
So, all right. So, what's the question again? Exactly.
Top two expenses. What's your top two expenses?
Expenses. The mortgage and child support.
All right. Now watch this. Even behind the mortgage, who get paid first? Somebody y'all left out. Somebody y'all completely look over.
Well, I should have gotten paid first, but
Who get paid first?
I'm supposed to get paid first because I gave the collateral. But the bank supposedly.
But it's another crook, sight unseen.
Mortgage service.
This crook is so crooked that it can ride between both worlds. Cody, taxes. Nobody said taxes. But why are we even talking about trust? Trust is God and taxes is the devil in equity.
The devil is a lie.
Trust is living. But you got something that's dead that get paid before everybody, even you. So we got people in different areas that got the same problem. But I think they got the same problem because of perspective. It's the only thing it could be. To be in different places, to be different people, but have the same issue. They will call that insanity. So what we're doing on this call is trying to break and have you get used to being uncomfortable so you can shake insanity. Because if everybody dealing with the mortgage, everybody dealing with the light company, everybody dealing with this person. But 9 times out of 10, when I ask that question, nobody ever call out the true culprit in the whole scheme. And that's the IRS. The IRS work for you and them. Same time. The IRS is almost the same thing as a judge. They want to work for you, but you ain't saying nothing. You ain't saying the right stuff. You don't have to do 1099s and all that. All you got to do is pick up the phone and say, I'm the beneficiary of this account. I need to set up an arrangement. What type of arrangement, sir? Well, first of all, y'all overcharged me. Well, sir, I don't see overcharge. Well, as long as this thing that's in my hand is stated as positive, you overcharged me. It's all about perspective. You overcharged me. Okay, sir. So what do you want us to do about it? Well, you know, for my injuries, why did I say injuries?
There has to be some kind of harm, like a financial harm.
Right.
A claim.
Oh, what do they call it in the commercial world?
Compensation.
That's one of them they use, but it's one that they normally, most people
Damage.
that draft up a complaint.
Damage.
Oh yeah, complaint, injured
There
party.
you go, Al. Damages. Remember, it's always two sides of the book. There go my guy. It's always two sides of the book. So it's one side that you handle, which is accounting for your side. So my question is to Star and Jay, what would I use to keep up with my accounting?
Balance the books with the liabilities.
No, we in equity now, so I ain't taking no bullshit. Okay, y'all talking to an equity judge right now. I only understand facts. That's it. I don't understand nothing else. So now I'm up there looking crazy. About to put you in contempt. Ledger.
Yeah, Tammy's saying ledger here.
Yeah, I'm seeing it. I'm seeing stuff bouncing. Twins, help me out. Just if people saying something good, just tell them they saying something good. Because I was trying to like see y'all vote. Thanks, Star. I was trying to like look at everything. But so what I'm saying is you got to get used to being uncomfortable. Everything I'm saying right now is probably making your mind uncomfortable. Because the first thing people always tell me, you blew my mind. And I'm like, no, come back. I didn't want to do that. That wasn't my intention. You get what I'm saying? I'm not the blow your mind person and be like, yeah. If I blew your mind, that means you paused a long time ago and you weren't listening to nothing else I said. Being real. I don't want to blow your mind. I just want to be a little easy on it. Okay? So trust can be living and it can be dead. In order for you to get here, somebody had to track you. Okay? In order for somebody to track you, that means it's a system already in place for the living and the dead. The system was already here before you got here. Your ass is not going to wake up one day and change the whole system. Just get the shit out of your system right now. Just get it out. Your ass is not going to be a savior. I can tell you that right now. This system works, but it's perception and perspective that messes it up because everybody got one. Everybody got different perspective about how something worked when somebody told you how it's supposed to work. That's why I don't get into games with people because the game is clear. If you sit down and play Monopoly, somebody going to give you a piece. Who cares what the piece look like? I remember fighting over that. Man, nah, I want the hat. And then the dude with the dog whipped my ass in Monopoly. Take all my property. And I was worrying about the piece. He was worrying about the board. He was worrying about the whole board. And I'm worrying about the piece. Okay? What I'm trying to get y'all to see is the board. Fuck the piece. You already the piece. You already on the board, no matter what. And every time you miss out on changing things, your ass they gonna collect $200. Tax man. It's all in the board. Monopoly states it all. Your biggest problem would be the tax man. Because the tax man is what leads you to jail. Because the tax man is the person that's over the taxable entity. that entity is taxable. The tax man tracked the entity. So we go to the whole point of separation. Why am I creating the trust? Because I'm creating the separation. I have to separate light and day without interrupting it. I have to separate the yin and the yang without interrupting it, without interrupting the flow of the current. Because it's real. The current is real. But I could go in there and tamper the wrong way and mess up the whole thing. And that's what I don't want y'all to do. I know too many people that lost houses, cars, stuff behind this. I get on the phone with people that got 800 credit scores, got things going on, and they like, I gave it away. And I'm like, well, that's what you were supposed to be using to fund your trust. How did that happen? Who told you that? I'm like the guy Coming to America. Who told you that? Like, who? Like, do y'all remember the expression of that dude in the movie when he was like, who the fuck told you that? That means that resonated in your soul to say, like, the things that I hear all the time is like, who told you that? And 9 times out of 10, when somebody tell me who told them that, nothing against people that just got out of jail. But if you just got out of jail, you can't save me. If you just got out of a home, you can't save me. All you're going to do is trick me out of the stuff I already have. And that's what's happening online right now. Y'all being, I heard something in a song one time. The guy said the weed prices went up because the weed man broke now. He ain't had nothing to stand on, so he taxed the hell out of you. That used to be blasphemy back in the day. Bro, a 5 is a 5, a 10 is a 10. Like, it ain't 11. But that's going on now. Right? Yes. Star, let's go. We interacting. Go. Don't let me.
I gotta go. I have to go.
Oh,
So
you
you're
gotta go.
I gotta go. It was nice to meet you.
Yes. Star gotta go, yeah. But
Yes.
the thing is, Star, we'll see you again for sure.
All right. Thank you. You're the best.
So what I want you guys to do is learn to slow down. Learn to understand that. Don't come to the party just for the tricks. I'm one of them ministers that notice everything. And I'll say it, but it might not be direct. But it'd be so indirect that you hear exactly what I'm saying. Goes back to the camera thing again. Now that's my 3rd time saying it. So if your camera don't work, and when I say don't come to the party just for the tricks, because you might leave too early. Marvin Sapp locked people in the church. I'm gonna let you walk out on your own. I'm gonna let you walk out if you came for the tricks, right? But I want you guys to ask some questions for the next 20 minutes as we gear up. I'm gonna give everybody 20 minutes. I'm gonna be discussing with the twins about everybody that's in that don't have their camera on. And with their permission, we're gonna start removing you within that 20-minute time frame. This ain't a threat. This is a promise, okay? Because I really love what I do, and I really respect what I do. before anybody else.
I have my camera off because I'm also working out. I have my shirt off because it's hot in here.
Hey man,
You'll
you don't
see
even get shirt, man.
out turning my camera on, and you know what I mean?
Is you married?
Nah.
Well, take your damn shirt off, man, and work out.
I would, but just women in here.
Hey man, shit, man, you got down. Hey, bro, I would have been in curls and all.
No.
I'll just mess with you, Angel. But I just want people to be, when you ask for something, you definitely gotta be serious about it, right?
Yes, sir.
Most people that talk to me around me is normally a donation because I love my energy. So what I'm gonna do today is normally what I do for a lot of my energy, right? But because the energy that the sisters brought to me, like I said before, they are the only people that ever came to me without asking for something first. And I've been online for 8 years. First time ever. I ain't talking about my clients or nobody, but first time ever that happened in 8 years. Most people come to me and say, I need a trust. I need to know what's going on. I'm lost. Okay? That's normally how my conversations start off. Okay? So the conversation starts off with a window for me to be an asshole. Cause it's like I asked the brother just now, you married? That's a question that ebook flippers don't ask, y'all. Cause they don't give a shit. As long as you buy, that's all they care about.
Pretty much.
Everybody on here, I bet you 9 times out of 10, even if you got a mentor on this call, I bet you they ain't asked you that question in the last 2 days. I bet you. I can promise you that. Anybody that got a mentor right now, if your mentor asks you how he was doing in the last 2 days, put your hand up. Put your little digital hand up.
You ain't gonna get one.
You see these numbers? And you see the other hand, the only hand that's up is Kevin, and he just came on board to my community.
And he not my official minister, but I mean my mentor, but that's my.
It ain't even official.
So look, he
Even
can't
lock in.
I'm
And
a
he
thug.
understands, right? What I'm saying is, you guys looking at the wrong thing. People being called scammers because they doing business. That's not a scammer. A person that sells you something is not a scammer. It's your fault. You bought the wrong damn book. You bought into the wrong mentor. People call me high ticket. I don't care. I've been high ticket since I came online because I understand things that people don't understand. And that is what you call a high level mentor. Why the hell would I sell a $25 ebook when I make that in 5 minutes? Doing what I love. Doing what I love. And the more you guys learn this, eventually you're going to start to do it. I'm not saying you're going to turn it into a business, but everybody that I've ever dealt with that have been a client of mine, they have everything they need to start a business, to start an actual estate planning business, because they have perfected trust. Once they get them, I don't lock them. I don't do none of that with my stuff, right? Now, you still have to do your studying. You still have to do that. Why? Because the trick is to get you to not know that you're a grantor and that you're a beneficiary. That's the trick. It's the trick. Anytime you go into a deal after this call, the first thing should pop in your mind is, I'm in the deal. It's something that I want. So if it's something I want, that means that they're using my name to open it. 9 times out of 10. They open it. Then once they open it, then they sell it. They trying to sell it, but then eventually they start to transfer it. And that's where we miss out on. That's where we lose sight. Because the difference between handling something that has been sold and handling something that has been transferred is a totally different procedure. Totally different procedure. Because you got one thing that's living, that's holding things, but it can be infiltrated on purpose. A living trust was designed for it to be infiltrated on purpose. Because what you have to know about trust is this one word, and it's charge. Charge, charge, charge. Your name can be what?
Whatever you claim it to be on your trust.
But remember, we in equity. So I need you to say it.
The executor.
You have to understand every time something happened, you opened it. And you have to understand how you opened it. Was it a living trust situation or was it an irrevocable situation? I can tell you the answer to that right now. Are you living or are you dead?
I'm
trying to.
Yeah. You need help
Go
taking
ahead.
it up?
Somebody had a question? Oh, I guess
The
not.
revocable is for the living? Because
A revocable is a living trust.
Right. What about the irrevocable though?
So an irrevocable, they didn't never name it because an irrevocable is an irrevocable trust. It could be anything. It could be a ministry trust, ecclesiastical, or special needs, or insurance.
Yes.
These names, a trust can be named anything. The only reason these names came about is so we can keep up with it. So the normal average person can keep up with what they have. Because eventually you can almost have about 10 to 12 trusts. And if you got all of them named to where you can't even understand. So that's where these name things come from. So don't get caught up in the name like that. A trust can be named anything.
Right.
Okay? But one thing they did specifically name in law is an inter vivos trust. That's a living trust. That's the only trust that the dead can use and communicate with. They can't operate from irrevocable to irrevocable. Remember, they dead.
Inter vivo, V-I-V-O?
Inter vivos, INTERVIVOS.
V-I-V-O-S, okay.
Yes. Yeah, you got to learn Latin if you're going to be in trust. What's up, Kevin?
Puerto Rican.
So basically, as much as we think, these acronyms are official, stuff like the USIO, the USMC, those are all just trust under, well, pretty much charters or trust under whoever the parent company of America is.
Inter, INTERVIVOS. Enter. Remember science. Yeah. So what you're saying, bro, is correct. So every time you create a company, you got the option to create a DBA.
So I used to think it was USMC, like United States Marine Corps.
I mean that is a charter. That's a charter in itself.
Yeah, but it's still a play on words because it's the United States something corporation, like.
Right.
But
But you have to do that because you have to know what you're operating with. So
like
it ain't a trick. So what I'm trying to get people to understand is that I don't care where you came from. I don't care who taught you. When you run into me, I'm gonna reprogram your mind. I'm gonna reprogram your mind to say, okay, I understand that my name is a trust, but what type of trust is it? Anybody want to shoot at it? What type of trust is your name?
It's irrevocable trust.
Is it?
Well, he's talking about my personal name or my straw man?
If you trust?
Yeah, your corporate name.
Corporate name is just like a spendthrift trust.
Right, but so if I came to you in your all caps name, what is that called?
Government created trust.
Live in a state.
What's up?
Live in a state.
Talking about the estate trust? Latin word for it though.
Yes, but what is it? What type of business is it?
It's a sole proprietor.
It starts as a sole proprietor.
That's the one they give us.
Yes, that's a sole prop. Okay.
Okay.
A sole prop is just like the military. Remember, you in military. The straw man is the soldier based on what I was saying earlier when I was saying I was in the military. I was a soldier and they told me my parents were civilians. What are you in? What are you in? What type of jurisdiction are you in?
Military jurisdiction.
So, are you a soldier or a civilian? That's what they're asking you. Are you a soldier or a civilian? Because if you're a soldier, we got a name for that. A citizen. Just by itself.
Because of the maritime laws. The maritime law.
Right. But skip over maritime, okay? That's part of the paper warfare they want you to get caught up in. I want to take y'all past all of that shit. Forget all of that shit. Forget it. That stuff will keep you bogged down. Okay? What I want y'all to focus on is that in every trust, it's a grantor, a trustee, and a beneficiary. If you ain't starting from them three things, leave it alone. So eliminate, yes, we were Moors in certain point in time in our lives. We was a lot of things. We was Atlanteans, we was Atlantics, we were Phoenicians, we were whatever. I can keep going, okay? Titles go forever, right? We ain't trying to get caught in titles right now. I'm trying to say that you have a name that was given to you, which is a sole prop. Based on business, based on equity, a sole prop holds all liability. Period.
So why would you want to get that up when you got your exit card?
He holds a liability. He was created to protect the spirit. He was created to protect the soul. Because the soul can't move without being in a vessel. Back to the last call. You have to learn to start connecting things. I could go all the way back to the last call and bring it to something that I'm talking about right now. Light and dark is up to you. The trust you holding is up to you. It's up to the holder. That's why they always tell you, respect the shooter, forget the gun. Respect the shooter. So just because the lawyer don't know what he's doing, he still know more than you. He's still 3 pages ahead of you. So he got you. But when you go into a situation understanding that none of this stuff can operate without a trust being in play. And if a trust in play, it's only 3 positions. We talking light bill, we talking water bill, we talking car notes, we talking mortgages, we talking all of that stuff. It's all the same. It's all the same. It takes the same energy to make $50 that it takes to make 100 or 1,000. I'm on the phone 5 minutes, just like some people on the phone 5 minutes. It's just the difference between them. When they clock in, it took them 5 minutes to clock in on the clock. It took me 5 minutes just to get up. And then another 10 and an hour to wash my face. That's the freedom that you're going for. A piece of paper ain't gonna give you that type of freedom. What you searching for as a person in equity is you so good that people will not let you fall. That's money. Right now, I can say I'm flat broke. I ain't got shit. And I'm pretty sure it's going to be some people on here that send me something. Just because of my energy. Just because of what I'm saying. It ain't because of me lifting up nothing heavy and breaking my goddamn back. It's from me picking up a book and reading a couple of chapters further than y'all. It's the only difference. You know? It ain't money. Money ain't nobody problem. It ain't money. It's the way you think about it. And it's the way you think about trust. It's the same thing. Everything is about the way a man think and a woman. You get? It's all about what you think. If you think you got a perfected trust in your hand, I'll be damned if you ain't got a perfected trust in your hand until somebody prove you wrong. But if you already got a trust in your hand, you like, B, I need you to look at it. Oh, that shit trash already. I can tell you that already because you don't even believe in it.
I think that's the PTSD from us.
That's the trauma. That's why I came in the way that I come in.
I
live well. I move pretty well. Even my board I'm looking at. I'm gonna show y'all my board, but every time I look at my board, I got at least 6 people on this board that pay me at least $15,000. I'm looking at the board. I just didn't want to show y'all the names, but and I get paid very well, and they can contact me when they want to, even though some of them don't, but it's an option. So don't talk to me about a person. People come to my group and say, yo, $88 too much. Now, I just told y'all, all I got to do is move my head to the left and see, just even on my hypno board, it's 1,500, no less. And then I look over to my trust board. Oh, that's 15K, no less. And that's over a 10-month time frame. So that's 1,500 a month that I get paid from one person. So why would I be online trying to shuffle fucking ebooks? I'm equity. Why would I be on somebody else's jet? Why would I drive somebody else's car when I could go do shit that people can't do? That's why you learning this. You learning this to take yourself to the next level. You not learning this to conversate, no offense, to sit down and conversate with credit repair people. And eventually, you going to be right in the back office of Experian and saying, yo, the game is up. That's a surety report, which is a statement, which is a ledger. Now, let's make your ledger match my ledger. I'm gonna send you a copy of my ledger. And if you don't rebut it in 10 days, that car is mine. I'm giving y'all the answers. I ain't making it hard neither. I'm a beneficiary of this account. Who do I speak to? See, but everybody call as a consumer because people keep calling you that. You know, goddamn consumer. You ain't even a goddamn surety. The only time I pull out a surety if I'm really at war. The only time I represent the title of surety is when I got a shield in my goddamn hand. That's how you picture a surety. A surety is the one with the shield, the sword. He got the guns on him. He fucking ready. That's a surety. Why the hell would I try to pull out a surety at the first line of defense? That's what get Goliath fucked up. Hey, Goliath, come out there and handle this little dude. When they could have just sent the little dude first. You get what I'm saying? Now, bro, it don't matter how he took him down. He took down your biggest man. And what that gonna lead you to do? Do your hands like this and surrender. And that's what y'all gonna have to learn to do. You gotta learn to surrender. Every 7 years, I crush my credit on purpose. Tell y'all this. Every 7 years, I don't care if it's at a 800 credit score, I'm gonna crush it. Because of attachment. You gotta get used to detaching yourself from things. People like, oh yeah, I got an 800 credit score. Well, I got 5 other people just like it. Why? Because I can wake up in the morning and I create a person. And then I can write on the board and say how much I want this person to make a year out of thin air. What? And somebody tell you ain't a fucking God when you can wake up in the morning and create people? but people never heard it like that before. You could wake up in the morning. Now you don't even need a pen. At 9 a.m. on the dot, a God could create a person at 9 a.m. They even gave you a time frame. What's the time frame? From 9 to about 9. To 9 to 9. Why the hell I keep saying 9? I did say that 3 turned into 6, and then it turned into 9. 9 to 9? I create a person? I create a people? From 9 to 9? We shouldn't even be having no more conversations after I said that. Queen, what you told me earlier, Queen? After your expenses, you told me something. You said, I gotta go out and I gotta find a job. From what I just told you just now, you can create the job. You're a creator. You want an assistant? Do you want an assistant?
Yes.
All right, name her. What's her name?
Well, I'm making my own. Well, actually, I wanted a job.
Uncomfortable. Stop. 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 Stay on subject. Stay on subject. You said you had to go get a job. I told you you didn't. Okay. We stay there. Okay. How old are you?
I'm 25.
At 21 years of age, a dead person can arise from the waters and become a real boy, like Pinocchio. Okay? If you 25, that means you of age to handle your trust, correct? Now, you may not want to do it yourself. And I just told you that you had the power to create people. On the last call, we showed you guys the back office of the EIN website. I told y'all to go to other. When you went to other, it said Farmers Cooperative. Farmers Cooperative is a light company. Do you have the power to create a light company that can talk to another light company? Can you create, Queen, answer me. Can you create a light company?
Yes.
Can you create a secretary called Jill?
No.
Uncomfortable. We breaking it. Oh, we breaking the walls down, Queen. You gonna be looking after we got the car. Watch this. You said you could create a light company. I'm on the same website. It's still the EIN website. You can create another you.
How?
Your name is a sole prop. It could be an LLC too.
Wow.
It could be a corporation too. It can be a trust too. But what do all these things have in common? What are they called? Come on. I said that you can wake up every day and create
This
You can create who?
A person.
Business.
All of those things have one thing in common. They are what?
Person.
People.
Persons. Remember, people are real.
Mm-hmm.
A person is a corporation, organization, trusts are under.
Mm-hmm.
A living being is a living being. That means you doing things without asking permission. Yes, you are persons, not people. But let me drop something else to y'all. How do you create a people? How do you create something? So what's a person is what? Under definition, a person falls under living or dead?
The living.
Oh, hell no.
Hell no.
No?
A corporation, person, LLC, all of that. It's called a what? Yes, they are fictions. That means they are not real. They are dead. Okay? So the dead right now, the problem is, without all the foolishness, y'all, throw out all the BS for a minute. Your biggest problem is that the dead is telling the living what to do. And if you in that situation, then you gotta reverse it. If you ever in the situation with a tombstone telling your ass what to do, that's where your problem lie. Your problem don't lie in you trying to figure out if you a fucking Moor or not. It's not what we're supposed to be arguing about. Not even what we're supposed to be talking about. We're supposed to be talking about that we are creators and we can create every time our eyes open. And that's what they are afraid of. It was in the book. We have made more of them. That's my own breakdown of it. We have messed up and gave them the same power that we have. But they only speaking about man, which man is God. Remember, the real thing have no fucking name. Okay. If you think that, then you fucking lost. Okay. You can't name something you can't see. And when you try, you just making up shit. You gotta see a bird to name a bird. You can't just say, "Oh, I saw a bird yesterday," and the person like, where is it? I want to see it." And you're like, "Well, he'll come back tomorrow." And, you know. But what I'm saying is, you wake up and you understand that you got more power than you believe, because the power that you have is the power to create, and that's the thing they told you in the book that they didn't want to give you. Fuck being a slave. If I can make another slave, then I'm okay. People was worrying about the wrong goddamn thing. Like, man, he locking me up. Well, master go to sleep between these hours, okay? Between these hours, I can create a person. Because a trust don't need an EIN to be a trust. A trust don't need an EIN to say it's living. That's what I want y'all to see the most. Don't put blocks and chains around trust, because you're going to mess yourself up. Because this is the land of do whatever the fuck you want as long as it makes sense. That's how equity is. It's real. It's facts. That's why most people in business office, they cuss. They curse a lot. But when you go to meet a business person, you trying to be as calm as possible. You all calm and yeah, talking under your voice and shit, when they in the conference room talking hella shit. It's a perspective thing, because they understand that they operating through entities. When you write letters to Capital One don't give a shit. Because you can't even walk in Capital One and put your hand on the one person that own it. Why? Because it's a corporation. You can't sue something you can't see. And that's what trust is about. If your name started everything, and then I'm coming after you for liability, but you don't have it. Whatever I came after you for, it's not in your hand no more. That's what a trust is for. Sir, you didn't pay us taxes. Okay. So where did it go? To a trust. Well, how did you do that? I donated and I transferred it. Did you sell it? No, I didn't. No. See, I hit a trick. Did you sell it? That's a taxman question. Did you sell it? I don't care if you did a private deal at your house. They still ask you this question. Did you sell it? Or did you transfer it? Or did you give it away? Did you gift it? A sign, that's it. That's what they ask. That's what they asking. Is it still in your possession? Oh yeah, I'm gonna fight it. I'm gonna fight it from the name. What? Why would you take your name, which is a beneficiary, turn it into a surety, and then attack somebody? That don't even make sense. I can tell you how that's gonna play out. Because first of all, they don't even know what the hell a surety is. They barely know what a beneficiary is, and that's one of the three main positions. So if they can't give you remedy in the main three positions, why would I go out and find a whole nother position that I ain't even know how to operate? But at least I know how to be a beneficiary. You know what a beneficiary is in trust law? The dumbest person you will ever meet. It's like when people call people in a movie a blonde. No offense. But when people say you a blonde, that's what we call people that don't know shit in trust. You blonde. You act like one. Because you won't even open your eyes long enough to say, I need to protect my property. It don't matter what type of trust I got. I just need to move it away from me. Period. And then when I move it away from me, I got to establish it to the point where it can take care of me and my family. So just having a trust in your hand that can't even, if you can't pull out a credit card for your trust, you don't have a trust. If your trust can't buy a car, you don't have a fucking trust. Because your whole thing is getting the money from the richest person you know, which is your trust name, and assigning and transferring everything that you make in that name to your trust, sight unseen. Everything you do is now written from your trust. Everything from this point forward, when your trust is positioned, you write your name, TTEE. You never write it any other way, period. I don't care what you're doing. I don't care if you're in a restaurant. That's real trust living. And no such thing as being private. Get that shit out of your mind. I hate when I hear that. I hate it with a passion. And I don't hate things, but I do hate that saying. Private? Oh, so what, you gonna just disregard the public? So you gonna go to Yang without the Yang? Like that don't even make sense. You gonna just go with the Yang? What about the Yang? That's what people doing right now. They're throwing out a whole complete side of themselves to learn something. You know what I'm saying? To learn something. And that's not the price you're supposed to pay. That already been paid. But people got the wrong idea about crucifixion. Wrong fucking idea. We got to get real about this book. We got to get real about equity. We got to get real to know that a scripture and a maxim hold more weight than a USC code or CFR. And if you don't get that through your mind, then you're going to always be on the other side. If you don't get that. Because one thing talk to one and the other thing talk to the other. A lawyer talk to corporation. So it's no reason that you should be scared to get a lawyer if you're in a corporate situation. But you're not going to mix the processes. You can't do that. You can't start a whole process off a commercial side and then think you're going to flip it into equity. You got to start from that. But the good upper hand that they gave y'all is they did start from equity because they introduced the trust into your deal. These are the things you pay attention to. That's what you pay attention to. Is this a trust, sir? No, it's not a trust. Okay. All right. Well, I'm gonna endorse this just in case. See, when you start looking at things and rewording the way you look at it, you ain't endorsing because you're trying to do some criminal act. You endorsing because you don't want your signature open. This is a law. Sir, why did you sign that like that? Because I feel like I'm under duress. But I want that car. I need it. Oh, well, sir, we're not going to accept your signature like that. Okay, well, I'm gonna take this car home and then y'all work that over with the bank. And then the bank gonna call you about 2 weeks later and they're gonna try to renegotiate a contract with you. Sir, we need to retitle your account and we need to give you a new account number. We need you to sign these papers. Hold up, bro. I'm at the house with the car. And I got the title if I live in Georgia. Why the hell would I take my title back to the DMV? They give you the title in Georgia. In other states too. They give it to you. Soon as you damn do the car, they send it to you in the mail. They send you the title. Then they tell you to take it to the DMV. Anybody in Georgia in here know what I'm saying? Anybody in here in a state like that know exactly what I'm saying? That's how it goes down. You took it, you transferred it back to them. Same thing you do in a dealership. You transferred the rights back to them. When they gave it to you, when you signed the application and it said you was approved, that car was done. When that dude came back from the back office with that amortization paperwork, that was a trust ledger. Call it what it is. Don't just be making up stuff. In equity, you got to call something exactly what it is. That's a ledger. If it have dates and it have description and it have date of release, date of all, anytime something have breakdowns like that, it's illegal because it's a trust. It's illegal because it's a trust. Georgia had the most lenient laws ever. Ever. But let's get some questions out, twins. We'll do some questions and answers, and then we'll bust into, the gift that I want to give everybody, minus the people that don't have their camera on, because I ain't forget about that shit. I don't forget.
You say I'm sophisticated.
Yeah, I'm on that. Yeah, I ain't no. If I'm hell bent on something, yeah, rock with me. It'll help you. But the main thing is, I want you guys to ask questions, not questions that will cause a debate. We're not here to debate. What we here is to answer questions that y'all really got on your heart. I don't want to hear no debate stuff. I want to hear, hey, Minister B and twins, I'm going through this and I'm looking at it like this. And our whole thing is to help you shift the way you look at things. We're not here to give you no templates. That shit is not going to help you. It's not. Even the books that you read is not going to help you because you eventually have to come off the book. If you don't get remedy with the book, you have to come off the book. And that's what I teach my people. That's why I don't resonate with people. Because you're not going to say you just got a piece of paper and they're not going to rip you out the car. No, I'm going to teach you the things where they can't rip you out the car. My first thing I always tell people, status correction. And when I say status correction, if the shit don't come from an Article 3 judge, you not corrected. Period. You ain't corrected. If you got your name capitalized, I do that for some people because that is a limited way of name correction. It's like when you don't really know nothing yet. That's why I always tell people to incorporate the name. Because once you incorporate the name, then you can trademark and copyright it. In business, if something is trademarked and copyright, it can't be, going back to that word I said back about trust, it can't be what? A trust can only be
in reference to what?
Hey, y'all gotta listen. The judge ain't gonna tell you reference to what. You ain't gonna be able to ask his ass that shit. What I'm telling y'all to listen to me. Earlier I said a trust can only be charged.
Okay, it seemed to
And
me.
your name can only be charged. Every
Right.
time something happened to you, it's a charge
Right. Always a charge. Oh, that's fact.
because it's a trust. So stop calling it a corporate name. The brother was right when he say soul prop, but even stop calling it that because it's a trust. Because only a trust can be charged. Not criminal, not tort, charged. And when you say charge, it don't say civil or what the difference is. Charge means charge. When the army said charge, everybody moved at once.
So
Going back to military verbiage again. Charge. You get what I'm saying? So think about it. In reality,
that's why you can always come with a remedy.
if you unmarked, think about this. When you come here, you was an unmarked vehicle. Your ass is an unidentified flying object. Don't y'all know that? Remember I told you when you came here, somebody was expecting you. That means you arrived. When you arrived, that means somebody had your ass on the list. I'm telling y'all got to think about this for a minute. It's a difference between coming somewhere, but no, you arrived somewhere. You didn't just go. You arrived. Arrival means somebody was waiting for you.
They were awaiting your birthing.
They was waiting. People were sitting there waiting, and he called a doctor, and he's sitting there with his hands like this, and he waiting.
You arrived.
But you're not going into the palm of Jesus in God's hand. Your ass going into doctor hands, right?
The doc captain.
And the doctor passed you to somebody else that don't nothing about law, don't know nothing about accounting, which is your parent, which is another person that don't know nothing about nothing. Okay. Then they got the father. He don't know shit. So people always say how they getting over on people. Because the first two people that were supposed to protect you didn't know shit. I don't know what it is, Doc. What do you call it? Well, we call it a baby. Okay, we'll go with that. You know what I'm saying? Like, first of all, who told you to call the shit a baby anyway? See, people don't think about the stuff you're so supposed to think about. Who told you the fuck it was a baby? Who told you that? Who? Who? Who told you that something which is energy that's wrapped in something which is a body and they call it a baby? Well, so what do you call a full-grown adult then? Because it's the same body.
A full-grown baby.
So why is one a baby and one is an adult? Like, that means you make some type of transition throughout your life. Okay.
That's why we're always considered minorities until we are age of majority.
Until you come out the water.
Yeah. Okay, understandable fully.
That's when the transition stops and turns into transactions.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah.
A
Yes.
hit series B. And when that happened, it caused a what they call Big Bang, all that shit. They call it all kind of different things. But I can tell you, you crash landed in Arizona, top of Arizona, what they call the Grand Canyon. And everybody came from there. You can either believe it or you don't. They never told you Series A was a little small spaceship. They never told you what it was. They just told you that Series A hit B. That's all they said. But if you really think about it, your body has to fall. So when it falls, it hit things. You a star. Star was on here earlier. Star was a real star at one point in time. And then Star looked down and seen all this nice shit going on. And Star, it started to matter. Once, it don't matter if you gas, ether, when something starts to matter to you, it starts to form itself. It had to see itself upon the waters first. Then it created itself. First, it was an idea, though. It was an idea that I can be. human. Now, let me make it happen. Now, how do I make that happen? I gotta send down this signal to get the two people that's on different sides of the map to connect with each other. It gotta be these two people though. I don't give a fuck if they in the shelter. I don't give a fuck if one of them a bum. I don't care. It have to be these two people for me to come the way that I need to come. So it's the same when you're building your trust. You're building a person. You're not just building a piece of paper. You're building a real life person that's gonna protect your stuff. If he called Joe the plumber, he just called Joe the plumber. That sounds funny, but you can create Joe the plumber. And what do Joe the plumber do? He protect your estate. It sounds funny, but you can do it. Because nobody care what your trust name is. If you want to create your secretary, create her. Create the business, you know? But let's do some Q&A. I'm laying back.
How important is establishing a will?
Gotta have a will, no doubt about it. Don't ever let nobody tell you that you don't need a will. Even if you can trust, you need a will.
Okay, so that's when you actually like, hey, family, come here, I need a meeting. They all got to sign as witnesses.
But that's the trust. You don't need a meeting for the will. The will, you could just draft that. The will is just stating where everything goes if something was to happen. You know? So if something was to happen to you, in your will would state that your estate would then go to your living trust. Then from your living trust, then you want to transfer it or assign it to something else, which they would call gifting. So everything they give to you is a charge, and everything you give to them is a gift. That's why you have to create a ledger, and then you have to send people your ledger. So what most people mess up when they send letters to companies, they don't send the company their ledger. The post office will give you these ledgers. That's where I get them from. You know, it's an accounting form. The post office will give you an account. I'm trying to remember the number for it, the form.
Trust, correct?
What's that about?
Ledger is for the trust.
Yeah, but it works for everything, just mailing period, right? Because the post office is the bank. So everything that go through the bank, it transfers from being a promise to something negotiable.
Right. Okay.
So once something go through the mail, it's negotiable. That's why they have to send things in the mail to you that's not certified mail. So that'll be the first, that's the first defense to fight any company, because most of them don't send it to you certified mail. And they're supposed to, because that's admin process. That's civil law. There you go. They got to. Now, the one you got right there, Jay, let's talk on that while you got him up. So the ones that he got in his hand right now, those are for private trust only. That number ain't for going in the bank. That won't work in the bank. That's not what it's for. That, the red and white ones he had, you have to go to the post office to get them. Do not buy them offline because they're going to send you the wrong ones. The reason why you need those slips that he put up just now is because the private one right there, it has a 9-digit number on it. Okay? A 9-digit number that's actually approved by the bank, which is the post office. So that means that that number is actually backed by something. Anything that comes from the post office is backed by real gold. Okay? Money orders, everything. Don't ever go to Walmart and get a money order. Go to the post office. It's the only one that's real. Everybody else is third party. Okay? Unless to the treasury. All right? So for now on, so I need everybody to visit their local post office and ask for a roll of registered mail slips. The reason why you're getting the registered mail slips is for your private trust only. That trust probably will never see the light of day, because that's the trust that's going to hold your stuff and keep it out of jurisdiction.
These?
Peace.
Is that what he's talking about? What you're talking about? What you're talking about? These?
Hold up. I'm not. Hold up. Who's that? Who's that?
Angel.
Oh, Angel. Yeah, go ahead, bro. What you say?
I didn't hear his
Yes,
name.
Angel, those are it.
These are up. All right, cool. Thank you. I was wondering,
Okay,
like,
yeah. Okay, yeah. Tune in for me, twins. Yeah.
And what's the official name of them again?
They are registered mail slips. They look just like right there. Well, angel holding up. You see that digit? You see them numbers on there? Okay. Those numbers will become your your private EIN for your trust. And I'm only saying EIN so y'all can know what I'm saying. But you use that to establish your private. There you go, Jay. There you go. Okay. See? So
Everybody got them? That's what's up.
that's it. Right there. See? So that number, every time he put that number on something, he now have the right to transfer and assign it to himself. Okay, so that number that he has on there, he will actually take that number when he go to the car dealership after he created a car trust.
Trust res.
That's it. It's five. It's actually 7 things you need by law, but it's only 5 things you need to have a valid trust, and we went over them the first time. You know, you gotta have it. A trust. Your trust res is what they will call the laws of your trust. It's the thing that backs everything. It's the thing that it's the thing that even make your security agreement in your trust even work. Because your security agreement is now telling you that you now over your business. So you now over your business in his documents. But what you do is you create a trust based on what you're doing. So if you're doing a car and you're dealing with a car company, you create a car trust. Don't do it from the trust that you have your estate in. So that's what I'm telling people. Don't even just stick to just having one trust. You're going to have multiple trusts. No one trust fit all situations. You're not going to use your living trust to fight nobody. That's only private stuff. You only use a private entity to fight something public because now you got the living fighting the dead. It's in reverse. So you have to create that, but you can create it. You can wake up and say, I need to create a natural being that protect my stuff. And his name is Jim. Just like Trump, just like me. You will find my executor. My executor lives. You could go on Amazon and find him. Just like you could find Trump. Most people look at Trump UCC the wrong way. Trump dropped the UCC to show people that you could how to do an unconditional acceptance, not a conditional acceptance. A conditional acceptance is getting rid of it, period. If he got rid of it, then he would kill the trust, which would terminate him from being the president. So what the next thing you do? You leave it unconditional. That means that you got me, you caught me, but you can't put me in jail. That's unconditional. Love is unconditional. That's how it goes. This stuff, people don't be just saying this stuff for no reason. I learned that over time. The older people that were saying certain stuff, they were just saying it because it was passed down, but it was passed down for a reason. You know? What else? What else we got? What else question?
I have a sole proprietor question.
Uh-huh.
I got sent the letter in the mail for taxes. They were speaking on 1040s. Is that the one I'm supposed to file for?
No, you don't file nothing. You call them and ask them what you need to file. I'm a beneficiary. I'm not guessing nothing. I'm not picking up my computer to figure out what document I need. That's their job.
All right, okay.
Y'all got to get away from doing people's job. Like people out here telling you to do 1099, like they'll send you that if you do the process right. They'll send you the 1099-C to cancel the debt. So why are we sending it? Stop doing their job. All you're supposed to do is call them and act as dumb as possible. Because that's a beneficiary. It's a spendthrift trust. That means you are a dumb beneficiary. That's what spendthrift means. That means you don't know shit about money. That's what spendthrift means. And yeah, I'm a minister that cuss. I'm cussing. I ain't cursing. I'm cursing, y'all. I'm cussing. Like, cause this shit real, man. You know, it's real. I'm telling y'all, once you start listening to the things I'm saying, you can start looking at everything different. When you walk in a restaurant, that's a trust. You gotta trust the waiter and you gotta trust the cook. So we can't walk around here acting like we don't deal in trust. Everything you do, you gotta trust somebody. Everything, even the doctor, you gotta trust that he went in the back room and he ain't took a hit in his nose before he damn cut you. That's trust. Yeah, that's trust. Everything starts with trust. Even the dollar bill itself. The dollar bill ain't backed by shit but trust. That's it. Period. You gotta trust it, and I gotta trust it. That's what it's backed by. Trust. That's it. In God, we got damn trust. That's it. And then in God is only a concept. It's only a concept. No, everybody on here, and I'm telling you, equity is this real. I had a judge ask me, have you ever met God? What would your answer be?
See him in the mirror every day.
And they gonna lock your ass up.
Yep.
And they gonna
Yep.
lock your ass
Okay.
up. Because you know what they say? That mean that you schizophrenic. That mean you believe that you two people without proving it.
I'm from the cycle.
How do you prove it? Going back to correcting your status, which is correcting the true grammar of your name, because your name is a business. So if it's not in all caps, they can't do business with you. Period.
Does the FOIA come into play with that?
Yeah, anything FOIA is just everything you may get. Authentications, these are proof of what you can do.
I got that right over there.
It's only proof. It's only proof that you got full faith and credit.
All right.
It don't give you ownership of shit because you got a trustee in place. So all these people talking about they cracking in the birth certificate, y'all better stop following this bullshit. Because they wouldn't even be online. If I cracked my birth certificate, y'all would have never met me before. Ever. I can promise you that. And I get 10 of them. And in South Carolina, I get 10 of them. But what are they? Trust certificates. That mean they do have value on them. But if you don't take it to the bank and borrow against it, ain't no value to be get. The Treasury can't give you that. The Treasury not a transmitter. By the time you get to the Treasury, you doing discounts at that point. You gotta hit the companies. You can't wait till you, I'm about to put my surety suit on and jump into equity. That shit don't work like that. Especially when you came from a straight up public point of view from at the first. So you mean to tell me the judge supposed to read your civil paperwork and then he's supposed to flip his mind to say, oh yeah, I could become an Article 3 judge anytime I want to. You think he gonna do that? But he can. He got the power to do it. Because people always tell me, I can't find the local equity court. Because equity is everywhere you at. It ain't no fucking court for equity. Equity is where you stand. Because why? You a trust. Your name is a trust. That's why you gotta start calling your name what it is. It's a trust. And when you start understanding that, then you mean that somebody switched positions with you and they put you in the trustee position and they put themselves in the beneficiary position. Every deal you do happens like this. All you have to do is create a trust to then put them back in their rightful position. That's why we build the trust. We're not building it just to be building it. We're building it because we need to put them back in their true position. And you can't do that without a trust. You can't. You can say it all day. You can say, hey, man, I feel like two people sometime, they're going to lock you up. But if you come in that office and you got that damn paperwork from that Article 3 judge that signed off on your name petition to say that you a living being walking, and they got 3 stamps on that shit, because I always have my people do the exemplified copy, so we got 3 stamps. So that means you got 3 stamps from 3 different people that's saying that you ain't that name. What else proof you need? If you can't stand on that, then ain't no need to be in this movement. If you can't stand on that, after you got an Article 3 judge saying, like, if anybody call him this name like that, just look over it. That's why that's the first thing you do. before you get into any of this movement, fix your damn name. Else you're gonna get harmed. You're gonna get injured. I can promise you that. Jay, you got that? You got you got that, right? Go get it. Name change. I talked about it in the first video. Get it done. You know, I talked to the twins about that.
Does that involve that?
So between the twins and I got Ashley on here too, so I'm gonna speak to them. I'm gonna speak to them in the community because I always ask my community what they want to give out, and then I give it out. But the name petition is in the community, but I'm gonna speak to my community about this, and if they want to give it out, I'll pass it to the twins. They know I will, you know. But I'm gonna check with my board members first, right? Because we all got our own tribes, right? And we all kind of operate. We come together. We doing this thing the way it's supposed to work. All tribes follow their own culture. They follow their own laws. They follow all that. But there's no reason why we all can't get together and communicate and talk and share information and share resources. That's what we're doing on this call, and it's gonna get bigger because the community is gonna start flowing in. I'm gonna start bringing my community. I just had to come see what's happening first before I introduce my community all the way to their community, but it's about to happen. So, you know, so we gonna keep it going. But twins, how y'all want to handle this before we get into this this gift that I wanted to give everybody?
If anybody else has any more questions, just raise your hand now. If not, we will start the gift that you have for us.
Yeah, make sure you got them notebooks and pens.
Get your notebooks and pens ready because it's about to be a doozy.
So, but did everybody understand that what I said at the beginning of the call? How we overlook taxes, which is really the corporate that you're looking for. That's the person you're looking for that most people don't bring up. That's why I did that exercise just now, because I want y'all you got to start painting a picture of the thing that's bothering you. And if you don't know if it's the thing, then you fighting a battle that you ain't gonna win. That's why I wanted to point it out to y'all, because most people will say that. Most people will say it's mortgage, rent, cars, stuff like that. But nobody never say taxes, because the tax man get paid off of when you buy the car, after you buy the car, when you buy the house, after you buy the house. They getting paid.
Them banks.
They getting paid. You know? Somebody did the numbers one time and shit. It was over 51%. And y'all know what a business is after 51%. Person own 51%, they own your ass in business. And your name is a business. We can keep going back to the same thing. Until you understand that your name is a trust and it operate based on contracts, because a trust is a contract. It's not a business. It's not an entity. It's a contract. Period. Don't ever call it a business. I'm only doing that so I could kind of relate to y'all. But a trust ain't a business. It's just an entity. That's it. A living entity at that. All right. But yeah, let's see if we got 10 minutes on the thing, and then we'll go all the way into it. I hope you have some questions though.
I have one question.
Mm-hmm.
It has to do with the passport.
Yep.
Endorsement numbers.
When you say endorsement numbers, what do you mean?
I'm not sure if it's the first page or the second page, but it's where you put your name at, and then far to the right, they don't like END and then number, like the pound symbol. And
is that the space you talking about for the social, or that's another space?
The social will be here, the name, and then like it's for their, like it's our use, but usually they will.
Oh yeah, no, I don't touch that. No, I don't touch that.
Because when I got my passport, it has 08. And when you look up the endorsement numbers, what they are, that's claiming that I identify as my social security number.
Yeah, so a passport don't free nobody. So people got to stop with that bullshit. A passport is what it's called. It's a pass for you to port.
Right.
You are a boat in commerce, but you are a spaceship in living terms. And I said before, they calculate you as a living being only when you in your spaceship conveyance capacity.
Right.
Anything other than that, your ass is operating in sole prop liability. Passport ain't gonna stop it. The only thing gonna stop them is your name being straight, so it can't be charged because the police trying to charge you. He not trying to see if you can port the pass. He would have let you pass. The goat on the, you remember the story, the goat on the bridge, the Billy goat, Billy goat, that's a real story. He asking you, you asking him to pass, and he said, hell no. That's why people still get ripped out of their car when they use the passport. Because he not asking you that. He asking you, are you the name or not? Now prove it. Damn, all I got is my driver license. You going to jail. Damn, all I got is my ID. You going to jail. Damn, all I got is a credit card. You going to jail. Oh, well, damn. You know, I got my paperwork right here from the judge, and it got my name petition, and it's stating that I'm a living being. See, now that changes the whole conversation.
Is that the affidavit of status?
No, that's your name petition where I was stating where you have to, yeah, I'm out South Carolina, I'm on the beach. So the name correction, you got to go to your state name change. Once you go to the name change, they probably gonna have a petition. Most of them have their own petition. That don't matter to you. Fill out their petition. As long as you put in your petition. Your petition is stating who you are, but you're not doing this for permission. Y'all have to get away from that bullshit. I have never got a black plate in my life. Why? Because I just registered in my ministry trust. Why won't the police bother me in my ministry trust? Because it's ecclesiastical. Ecclesiastical, why? Because they told you in the Constitution and the Bill of Rights that nobody can infringe on your religious beliefs. What is religious beliefs? Anything that's in your trust. So if I say I smoke marijuana in my trust, I smoke marijuana, and it ain't nothing you could do because y'all spell marijuana wrong in the first place. But in my trust, it's spelled right. So who's right or wrong? You. Because I can prove what I'm saying. That's what I'm trying to tell you. We can always speak from emotions, but if you can't show nobody nothing, they're going to lock your ass up. Period. And I don't care if people think you, if you got a driver's license, that don't mean a goddamn thing. I never got rid of my driver's license, and I ain't got ripped out of my car yet. Because it's how you move. If your ass shooting down the highway at 75 miles an hour and you don't think somebody gonna stop you, you ever heard of citizen's arrest? You fucking worry about the police, you better worry about a regular person calling the cops on your ass. See, people don't worry about that. People don't think about that stuff. They only think about the police. What if the person call it on you? That's even worse if a person calls shit on you. That's why I snapped when they did it at my house. They called it over my flag. I had a flag outside, American flag with marijuana plants on it. The HOA came over to my house telling me I need to take it down. Fuck no, because that's against my Bill of Rights. That's against my rights to take that down. And then I hit them with, what I really did hit them with is civil rights. See, now that's a civil rights issue. You got to know how to jump. You got to know what's going on. You can't attack everything with equity. Equity don't work everywhere. And then what most people don't tell you is that when you send something in, it's still at their discretion if they want to discharge the shit or not. That's written there. That's at trustee discretion if they want to get rid of that shit or not. So if you didn't come in honor, they not getting rid of the debt, period. Because I wouldn't. Me as a trustee in my own trust, what I look like accepting the first letter from my beneficiary and I'm like, oh yeah, all right, cool, I'm gonna get rid of this debt. That don't even sound right. No, you're gonna tell me why you need this money. You're gonna tell me why I need to discharge this debt. That's how trust works. You better tell me why. And you better make it make sense to everybody on here. You better make it make sense. If the board members ain't with it, it ain't happening. Period. I don't care what the trustee say. Board members and beneficiaries can shut a damn trustee down. It's called negligence. And that's what y'all got to focus on. Forget all that other BS. I need my driver license so I could go down to the court and whip their ass. I'm not going to get in a car and then they stop me before I even get to go do what I'm doing because my dumb ass riding around with a black plate trying to prove a point. A conveyance is to get you from point A to point B. Stop bullshitting out here. Stop living this fairy tale bullshit. If you got a damn driver license, that don't mean you enslaved. You already enslaved when you signed a contract to come here. Get out of that. That don't even make sense. You signed the worst contract ever because you looking at me. We got to get off the bullshit. You looking at me, that means you signed your damn soul over for a moment. Period. Because your ass was in the ethers doing whatever you was doing. And you look down here and you seen us online and it looked like fun. You seen the pretty women sign that contract all day long. Well, bro, you know you already in Zion. Nah, fuck that. Fuck that. Bro, you in heaven already. Nah, fuck that. I see that Lamborghini, bro. I don't know what you talking about. I'm catching the first plane out of here. You know what I'm saying? And that's where you get the UFO from. As soon as a soul want to come here, they know how to do it. Spaceship, Superman, spaceship, fucking leave the planet. And when you come here, for some reason, the sun can amplify you. They telling you your whole goddamn story. They even call his damn name L. I said, God damn, now they ain't even hiding nothing now. Like, what's his name again? Kal-El. What? You get what I'm saying here? The fairy tale's already been made up. We don't need nobody else on earth to make up no more fairy tales. We need the real truth. A driver license do not make you a slave. A passport, not having a star, having a star. The shit that make you a slave is knowing and thinking your ass a slave. Because I done talked to people with passports and paperwork, and they ass still sound like a slave. I'm like, bro, you got the paperwork from the judge. I don't know, bro, but he still put me in jail. What? That's what make you a slave. We got to stop. Justin, I'm going to get Justin, Lord, and then I see A-Rod. A-Rod, what's up, brother?
Well, man, how are you?
I see you over there, man. I'm going to get Justin, then I'm going to wake my way to you.
All right.
Justin, what's up, brother?
What's up, brother? I came in late, but I don't know if you know this process or not. But I was wondering about if you know the purchase order, but far as getting a vehicle or something like that, if you know anything about that or not. You know, when
I get my vehicles, I'm gonna tell you what I do. I'm a beneficiary, so I'm looking for equitable right. I'm not looking for a title. I don't want the title because that's trustee work. All I want to do is enjoy the property because that's what a beneficiary was told that you can do. So you got to get your hands on the property. Once you get your hands on the property, I always make 3 payments. And I always make sure that they take a down payment from me. Why? Because I'm setting the trap. See, some people do shit off emotions. I do shit off of setting a trap. When I'm doing something, I'm trying to get you to walk in that damn trap. Because when you walk in that trap, you're going to trip one of them wires.
All right.
Because when they give you that, when you go in there, they get the application, they change the application, they bring it back to you, but then they're giving you a ledger. That's what most people missing. People still calling it a damn purchase agreement. That's not a purchase agreement. That's a trust ledger.
Okay, so the buyer's order is a
it's a trust ledger. It got everything on there: price, amortization, payments, broke down. What is that? A Schedule A? That's attached to a Schedule A.
Okay.
So now you got the property, but you're a beneficiary. If you don't know that, then you're not going to transfer the property where it's supposed to go. Now that I'm saying it, now you know that you create another person and you transfer the property to that person. That's a trust. It's personal.
Okay.
Now
So
that
I
it's
have to have.
transferred, now you got a better fight once it's transferred to something else, because now you only supposed to hold equitable right. If you hold anything else, you just opening yourself up for them to come and get the car. Period. Because you're giving them back security interest when you're supposed to be taking that away.
Is it? But
Then they
isn't
got
when
a
you?
security interest, bro. You can send that same contract. I'm gonna tell y'all what you could do just to stop the bullshit, right?
Yeah, instead of going
You
through the
get your
finance department.
contract, bro. You're gonna see a space on there first at the top that say for consumer goods. That's already fraud, because this is for business, because your name is a business, right? And they normally don't check that block. Anybody that got their contract, you will see it. They don't check it. Okay.
All right.
That's one. Two is you a beneficiary and it's a trust, and they didn't tell you that. So that goes against full disclosure. Full disclosure is your number one way to fuck somebody up, because none of them give you full disclosure, because full disclosure mean everything. That mean file. File mean everything you got on me. Everything.
Okay.
And if you don't send it, what is that fraud? That you set. So what you doing, bro, Justin?
Yeah.
Look at it like nobody harming you. Don't look at it like nothing like that. You want to look at it as, what have they done and what have they used to do it? Did they use my name to do it, or did they use a trust to do it? Once you figure out that, then you kind of know what lane to go. Because you can push yourself into equity and it's not even an equitable thing. Because you can beat people right in commercial without even going to equity if you know what you're doing. Equity is what I will pull off my back if I'm just, everything just not working. That's what it is. If you read the definition of equity, it appears when you get no remedy. That's when it comes. The Holy Spirit only appear when when the body ain't getting no remedy. That's the only time the Spirit appear. So, you know, you want to start looking at it as, bro, I got the property. Like I said, the way I do it, because I'm going after equitable right. So I want to act like what they would say, make a payment, even though I know I'm not making a payment, because there's no such thing. I'm just setting it up. Once I set it up, then I'm able to now force them to then tell me about the debt. Because once you ask them about the debt, then you have just now brought them from up here down into where you can really like get at them a little bit. Because they up here, they build a trust. So they approach you as the dealership, which is Chevy. Then by the time you get the bill, it's coming from a whole nother entity. It flipped because they right? Because it's negotiable. So you're going from negotiable to non-negotiable, from the non-negotiable to negotiable, then back to non-negotiable. Your main thing from your side is non-negotiable. I want to put something out there that you can't negotiate, and I don't want to go back and forth about it. As long as you're negotiating and you mess with the dollar bill, until you transfer the dollar bill, it is always negotiable until you make it non-negotiable. Once it becomes non-negotiable, now it can do what it need to do, what they would call tender.
Okay.
Back off?
Yeah.
But hey, just let that sink in. If it come up again, just ask again, you know? Just ask some more.
All right.
All right?
All right. Thanks, bro.
Creation, what's up, bro?
Hey, how you doing? How's everything? The one thing that has stopped me from going through the process of the name change is that question about your criminal background, right?
That's your they not talking to you.
That's what I'm saying.
Have a criminal background. Yeah, you don't have it.
I'm gonna fill that.
Right. So certain states that require you to get fingerprint and all that, how do you go about that?
South Carolina do it. South Carolina do it. New York don't. I got clients all over the world. Some people have to do some people do fingerprints, and some people don't. South Carolina, fingerprints. New York, no. I haven't seen nobody in New York ever do that. Florida, same thing. But it's what you're doing is correcting your estate. So when you're doing things like this, you got to look at it like you're not doing anything wrong, because you're trying to correct things. Now, if you're trying to pretty much set things off or do something like that, then that's a whole nother realm. But from where you are now and what you're trying to do, you just need to make sure that petition, and some people are against the petition, but when you know what something is, then you can't be against it. What is a
Right.
petition? Petition is a notice. It's just a higher notice. That's all. When you know these things, then you get rid of the fear that people will place on you. You get what I'm saying?
Right.
So
Yes, I
they're not
shouldn't worry
asking
about.
you if you criminal.
Right.
And then the straw man can't be criminal because he ain't supposed to be getting charged in the first damn place. So that question is pretty much irrelevant to you.
Right.
Yeah.
So I shouldn't worry about putting. I've never been convicted of a crime or felony in this answer.
Oh, my people, even if they've been convicted or not, they always put no.
Copy.
But
Appreciate
they
it.
ain't talking to you. Yeah. Hey, Rod.
Greetings, mate. How are you?
Man, you know, man, I'm living the great life, bro. I can't lie.
Well, thanks for the talk. 100%. So my question is, my mother and my father told me I was born in Borinquen. That's Puerto Rico. So how do I go about doing that name change since I'm in the States?
All right, so I know two people that have had to do this. So, first question, you got a way to get access to your paperwork from there, or do you have it?
I have it all. I have the birth certificate and the certificate of live birth.
Okay, and did they give you one when you got here, or you still got the one from there? Or they created you another?
I did not create another one.
Okay. All right, so you still can do your name correction, right? The same way I'm saying it right now. The only difference with you is you will have to have a copy of the ones from Puerto Rico along with the ones you're doing. Because normally when you do a name correction, you're not turning it in the birth certificate. Okay. But in your case, you have two different people operating in two different jurisdictions. You got to bring them together. In order to bring them together I would say a trust, but you don't have to deal with that right now. The main thing is in your petition, in a petition, it's going to state your location. It's going to say you came from this location to this location. All right.
Okay.
Matter of fact, so in it, it'll say your name, real name, then it'll say the name you want to be known as. All right. This is how they petition's written up. And then it's going to say your location, where you came from, and then the location you ended up at. So where you stay at now. Okay. When you do your petition like that, it's gonna straighten out everything for you. It may not sound like it, but it's gonna straighten it out for you. I done dealt with it all the time from people from over there. Matter of fact, one of my soldiers, when I first started learning trust, he was from Puerto Rico.
Well, I'd like to have his name.
Yeah, yeah. His name Carrillo, but he ain't into this info though. He not into this. I did that for him when I was let's say 2007 when I got hurt. 2011 I was retired, so I did that for him in 2015, and he been good ever since.
Right.
You know, he got contracting job and all that. He do the W8.
So I have to request a petition, the Secretary of State in Puerto Rico, or
yeah. So no, you gonna present your own petition. The state, what state you in?
Texas.
All right, so Texas is fun. I like Texas because the last name correction I did. Matter of fact, bro, A-Rod, I'm gonna put you in contact with one of my guys. And that did it in Texas. And the funny thing about Texas is when you do it in Texas, they actually put you as a pro se attorney. So they actually put improper persona on your case. Real talk. Yeah. So I'm
not scared with the terminology. So
yeah, I know you can bust in there. I know you ain't got no problem. So the main thing, bro, is a name petition for you. Reach out to me and I got you.
All right. Appreciate it.
All right. What else? What's up, Tom?
Hey, what's going on, brother?
All right, bro, man. I'm living the life, bro.
So I got two quick questions. When you do this name change, there's no way you can lose control over the stuff in the all caps name, right? Now that you're disassociating from the name, can they say, "Oh, this birth certificate ain't yours"?
Nah, you putting yourself as the manager. That's all you're doing. You just putting yourself as the representative of your name. You're putting yourself the way you're supposed to be known. Representative, holder, you know, that's all it's doing. All it's doing is putting you not to own the name, because none of us can own anything. Only thing you can do is control the name. So doing that is putting you, what they would say, own nothing, control everything. It's that saying.
Okay. And then the other question is, you said with the car, you create a person, and then you transfer the car into it. Can that person just be a private trust without an EIN that I call, like, you know, Maserati Trust, and then I just have my registration number on it?
Now that's the best way, but the only time I will put something in a private trust like that, if I'm not going to use it, like if I'm not going to invest it, if I'm not going to do business with it, like that's the only time I will put something in a private trust. If I know for sure I'm not going to do nothing commercial with it. Because that would be the same thing as a living trust. A living trust is designed for you to be able to manage what's in it. An irrevocable one can give shits if you can manage it or not. All right.
So I would call it like a private revocable, or?
Yeah. So normally what I do is ministry. Everything that I try to take from them, I put it in ministry. That's my thing. That's my thing. Like ministry haven't failed me yet, because becoming a minister was bigger than it is for some people. For me, that's why I'm probably the first person online that ever had minister in front of their name like that. And I'm talking for a long time, like not just switching names back and forth. Once I understood equity and I really understood what it was, I understood that it was ecclesiastical, right? The ecclesiastical automatically puts you in the equity. So if you're a minister, you automatically in equity. If you know it.
Okay.
That's why you want to ordain yourself. You're not ordaining yourself because you're asking for permission. You're ordaining yourself. Everything that you do as a living being is protecting them from you. It ain't the opposite. See, most people think you got down protecting them. No, you protecting them from you and the things that you can do. You could destroy somebody's family knowing this stuff. You could take shit from police. You could take stuff from judges. When you really learn this stuff, you can destroy somebody's household, man. The first dude I met that I really knew he was in the game was Christian Walters. That's why I always share Christian Walters. I know about Patrick Devine and all these people, but all these people is cut from Christian Walters, period. Because I was there. I was there like a couple of years before Christian Walters passed. Christian Walters was the giant in this shit. That's why they killed him quick. They let Straight and all them dudes run around and talk all that rhetoric, because they always gonna kill the person telling the truth. Y'all gotta understand this. Somebody will kill me before they kill Path to Freedom. I can promise you that shit. But people don't really get to me like that. They have to get to you to understand what you're doing. But if I was online shooting out all that stuff like that, those signals, and that's why I was telling you about the guy that picked me up in the Uber. He said, bro, you got to calm down. Your signals they peaking to where things that you don't want to hear it, starting to hear it. You know what I'm saying? So your main thing is protect the name, protect the estate. In order to do that, you got to get your estate number. You have to have somebody else with you as your stewardess, because that's what it's going to ask. It's going to ask for another person in order for you to get your EIN number. The reason you're getting this is because you don't want to wait till your ass dead and the funeral man give it to you. That's what they give people when they die. People just don't pay attention. I already looked through people's paperwork and seen the damn EIN. They have to discharge the man. But they didn't discharge the trust. That's why your family members still get bills in the mail. Because they didn't destroy the trust. It just, when you died, it destroyed the man. You know what I'm saying?
And that's all those social security numbers on social security that they found, all them like 800-year-old people and stuff.
Them things still running because it's a trust. I told you, every 21 to 25 years, a trust can die or it can keep going. All it takes is one person to say it's still living. Do you agree on that? Okay, another 25. Trust meeting. Right? That's what makes this thing move. But the main thing you want to do, bro, when I'm saying it like that, get your estate number. You need it. It's supposed to be in your portfolio because they're not supposed to have their hands on that. Get that. And what I did was I funded my estate number. Everything that I own that's a business, I'm funding it because it's a business. I did 250K in my estate name. I did it. 250K. Every time I build something, it's 250K, no less, in that personal thing. And then if I'm building a trust, I'm always going for 500 or more in business credit. By the time you do that 250K in your personal name and your business credit, then you listen to what I said, and I told you could build a person every goddamn day between 9 and 9. And people say they ain't got no money. You could build a person. And out of thin air, you can get companies and add trade lines and add the business address and all. You can do that to a trust, y'all. I fund trust too. What else you got, Tom? I see you, Queen. I see. You ain't got to put your hand up. I see you. Don't worry. I see you.
Just real quick, last thing. You said build the estate number or get the
your estate number. Go on the EIN website. Y'all gonna have to get used to this. This is where your power lie right here. If you want power as the straw man, you learn the EIN website. If you want power as a natural being, you print out the form and then you express what you want. That's the difference. That's the difference between operating commercial and private. If you're doing something private, you better be writing it, and it better be coming from you. That's why you have a difference of a UCC and you have a non-UCC. A non-UCC correctly done is handwritten. It's handwritten. That's a perfected non-UCC. But Tom, EIN website, have somebody else that have a social because you're gonna need a steward. That person you're gonna put in that spot because it's gonna ask you. It's gonna be like, who's the responsible person for this? You put that person. Then it's gonna put who estate number is it for? Then you put your information. Then it's gonna spit out. It's gonna spit out a estate number with your name. It's gonna have your actual name that you have now, and it's just gonna be a estate number. That number, you hold on to it, but like I told y'all, I funded mine. I ain't just let it sit there and just die and wither up.
Thank you.
So that's your estate EIN. That's for anybody. Get your estate EIN. You don't want the coroner to give you the shit.
Since I got a sole prop under my all caps name, is that what you're talking about? Get the EIN for that?
Yeah, so it is the EIN for that. So when the brother earlier said, yo, that's a sole prop, you getting the number, not the social. The social is what they give you. That's the given number, and that's the given name. You about to turn the page and get it yourself. Anytime you do something yourself, you just push it into where it need to go, which is with you. Anytime you do something yourself. So that's why I'm telling y'all to leave them titles alone. Leave all that stuff alone because that ain't even what you're supposed to be after. We used to have fun doing that stuff, but that's not the end goal. That's not what even we trying to do. We're not trying to collect paper. We trying to get rid of this shit. Cause paper ain't benefiting nobody. The dollar bill ain't benefiting nobody. The birth certificate ain't benefiting nobody. But if you know how to liquidate that thing, it'll work for you. And that's like how I was trained. Build it up, liquidate it until my trust is funded to take care of my family. That's the way I always did it. It's the way I was trained. That's why I'm able to live through a trust. Once you live completely through a trust, you are now a trust fund baby. If your trust can't buy a car, your trust can't buy a house, your trust can't get credit cards, your trust can't do that, you don't have a trust, period. All right? Al, what's up?
Hey, Mr. B, appreciate you being here. Hey, quick down and dirty. What's the quick down and dirty to when the financial institution is slated your vehicle for repo and you got the repo man keeps creeping around?
Oh, he creeping around? All right, I got something for you. So So it's something that they do all the time. So him creeping around your house is a law for that. Okay. There's a certain way that they're supposed to repo your car. Okay. This ain't for everybody, but I'm only telling y'all what I do because I'm a trap setter. Okay. I love to set traps. Yes, I can fight them from taking the car, but if they take the car, you in better fighting position. Because one thing that they always do is, and go against the contract, is that it's supposed to be a peaceful repossession. There's nothing peaceful about creeping around your house, taking your car, or waiting for you to go in the store and grabbing your car. Me, I set them up for that. Because if you don't do that, you have to fight them completely through equity. And I'm scared to just tell y'all to do that because it's not the easiest thing to learn. I'm not that mentor to tell you that you're going to jump into equity and learn that shit tomorrow. Okay. So I'll be trying to like get y'all to find out how to beat them down here. And then once you get the trust, then you can kind of do your thing. Your main thing is keeping that car. But what you have to do is you have to send out what they would call a letter of intent, a letter of interest. Okay. A letter of interest. I shared one on my page one time too. But a letter of interest goes along with whatever you send. So if I have a bill, I'm going to send my endorsed coupon, and then I'm going to send a letter of instruction, right? We call it a letter of interest, but on the public side, they call it a letter of instruction. The instructions is that you transferred and you gifted the car, like I said, to a ministry. I only play with ministries. I don't trust nothing else. I've donated it to my church, the vehicle. And I can promise you, Al, ain't nobody on this earth other than, I think that was made up. It ain't nobody in this earth that really go in a church and take something. You gotta be an evil motherfucker to take something from a church. You gotta be very evil. Like, you gotta be very evil to take something from a church. That's why we hide our things and we secure them in a church, because now you have put them under what you believe. So if you believe this car is a part of your mission, then nobody can't take your car. Right now, they're looking at your car as a business, so they can take your car. So once you send that off with your letter of intent, which is a letter of instructions, then you're going to send another letter and tell them that you're rescinding all security interests, all contracts that was done before. You want to go all the way back. And when you put done before, I'm only putting before because I want y'all to hear what I'm saying. But instead of before, you change that out to ab initio. I told you, you have to learn Latin. You have to learn Latin. So what you're doing is telling them, Al, is that you need to prove this to me, but you need to prove it from the beginning. That's what ab initio means. You need to prove it from the beginning. If you can't prove it from the beginning, then we go no further than this. And I'm giving you 10 to 14 days to make this happen. If you don't write me back, and the things I'm saying, you could plug it in chat to help you out a little bit. But what you're doing is you're taking security interests away. Once you take security interest, then you don't do the thing they always tell you to do. Don't do A-Rod, help me out, bro. I know you know. What's the thing where people normally send out to tell a company to leave them alone?
Verification. Oh, cease and desist.
Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that. Because you need them to be able to communicate with you. Twins, if I'm going over, let me know. Because I know I'll talk for hours. But Mr. Al, that's what you're doing. You taking away security interest. And at the same time, in your letter of instruction, you telling them that you transferred this vehicle to something else, which preferably will be your ministry trust. Preferably. And then they either going to say something or they're not going to say something. You want them to say something. You want them to say something. Because that's when they're going to hang themselves. If they quiet, then what we always run into, and I want y'all to write this down. On the public side, that's acquiescence. That is a public term. Acquiescence is a public term, okay? All right. What is called when they don't respond to you? I was wondering to see somebody gonna answer. Danielle, I see your mouth move. What you said? Somebody was looking at y'all mouths, but what you want to call that is a dishonor of silence. That's what it's called. You can look it up. Call it dishonor. Yeah, no, dishonor of silence. It's a dishonor because they in dishonor when they don't write back to you. Acquiescence is the wrong thing to tell them because that's like an escape thing for them. It's like, oh yeah, you told me not to write back, so I'm gonna just disappear, right? Al, definitely draft up letter of instruction, which is your letter of intent. I would tell you to draft up a ministry trust. If you don't have a ministry trust, at least get a ministry EIN by going on the EIN website. And when you see trust, you click other. The other trust is going to take you to the next page. That's where you create a ministry trust. Now it's still pretty much public because you're getting the EIN number. But the thing that changes up the difference between a public number, and that's what I was telling y'all last time. If I print off the SS4 and I actually write my intent and I express my intent as this being a ministry and it has a mission and it has this and that, that's what starts to create something as a ministry trust. It's all about what's written on it. It's not just because you call it a ministry trust. They have to actually look at that description. You know, when you go to the bank to get funding and they say like, what's your NIC code? You know, what's your NIC code? That NIC code didn't tell them what type of business you are. So that's the same thing that done when you do a ministry trust. When they pull it up, they should see that it's ecclesiastical. They should see that you working for the family and the community and all that. That should be written in it. Those things is what protects you from the tax man. Like I tell you, I'm always just trying to get around the tax man. Everybody else I can handle. But that's the guard dog with a leash. And you got to understand, it could be sicked on you or it could be sicked on them. That's the difference that most people don't look at for the IRS. It's just like a dog. Whoever got control of it and let it go, that's who it's going after, right? So that's why it's all about who's the holder, who's the bona fide holder. Because now they give you access to make things move the way you need to. But I wouldn't recommend it without a trust. You can do a lot from your name as the beneficiary standing. But it's always better to just create another person so you won't be harmed.
Appreciate that, Mr.
Welcome. Queen, what's up?
I'm doing good.
Talk to me. Your hand was up. Let's get it.
So I got an old military ID from my father, and also I need to get one and get a new one. So how can I get a new one?
You want a new military ID?
Yeah.
And you want it for what you need it for?
Because my father was in the military and he aged out from Middelburg, and I need to get a new one.
Is he living or is he living?
Yes, he's living. He lives in a camper. He's closer to me now.
Okay, so you need to get. I'm just trying to make sure. You need to get you an ID or him an ID.
My ID.
Your ID. Okay.
Yes.
All right. So
Minister, I could help her with that.
Okay, all right.
Help her with that. Let's go on to the next thing. Zarina, I got you. That's our team. I love you, Zarina. I'll help you with that, my love, on the other end.
She gonna help you. She gonna help you. What trust question you got?
Trust is like, for me, trusting God.
Okay, that's the best answer I've heard in a long time. Like shit. But remember, the God they talking about is normally 9 times out of 10 a different one than most people thinking about. You gotta always know this. When they talk about God, they talking about one that can be made. Like when I said a person, you could build a person. And God, the United States corporation, those are it's no, how can I say, it ain't no name, because nothing never, when I told you my mentor asked me, have you ever talked to God? Yeah, but it's still my own perception of what I think he is, though. I'm not gonna wake up and you gonna say the same thing as I say. Oh, he looked like this and he looked like that. I tell you, people say the devil. There's no way that the devil look the same to everybody. That mean that shit ain't real. Because if it look the same to you that it look to me, that mean that we ain't using our imagination. I mean, we in a cube. We thinking in a cube. Get out the box. All right.
Yeah.
Y'all got to step completely out.
But you can't trust the devil. And you can't. No.
Yeah. But they both the same.
True.
They both live in the same. It's the same. It's the same. You could tap into your evil side just like you could tap into your good side. But what is bad? Because I could say that I'm trying to save somebody by killing somebody else, but was that true? No.
No.
Not as much as you try to justify it, the shit still won't come out to be true. Oh yeah, I killed that person because he was beating on that person. Nah. One thing they told you that you could do everything else, but do not take another person's life. Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do it. So we have to understand that we are gods. Little g. They are God. Big G. But the good thing about the little g is they can make other ones little ones. The big one, if it make one, you will tell. So they don't normally do it. So they stick to just making names and numbers, names and numbers. But we could do more than that. We could create names, numbers, conveyances, trusts, LLCs, corporations, shelf organizations. Like, may I say more? And people looking for reparation, fuck. They just gave you a whole sheet of things that you could do. And one of them is wake up and make something that's rich. You can make it rich.
Yes.
You can make it rich. You can make it rich. Okay? Even with your regular paycheck, put it in your business account. Make it rich. Make it rich. Okay? So money ain't our issue. It's perspective. All right? But what we're gonna do is I'm gonna do something for everybody. Notebooks and pens. I hope you somewhere quiet. I hope you somewhere safe. All right. And then we're going to go through this, show y'all another side of the mind. I was a 13 Delta, Cal. Computer man. I'm a rat, though. I'm a rat in the Matrix, man. I love computers and numbers, and I love everything the Matrix bring, right? Because it's a puzzle, and I love puzzles. So what I'm gonna do is, y'all, I want y'all to write down if you can have the life that you want tomorrow. And let's start with one. Let's start with one. If you can have the life tomorrow, what would it look like? What would it look like? If you woke up in the morning, what would that first day start off with if you was already who you wanted to be? And when I say start off, I mean when you wake up to when you walk outside, to when you go to work, what you're driving, what you're living in, what you're doing this, all of this, I want you to think about it. Because in order to become this thing, you got to bring it to life. MinisterBeebetta didn't exist a couple of years ago. The people created MinisterBeebetta. I just brought him to life. But the people already told me, like, what avatar, what he looked like. They already told me, hey, this dude need to talk about trust. Okay, got it. Okay? But I was always about protecting myself. So that's why I tell y'all, you don't have to get your stuff through the ULC. I always tell you guys the ULC because the ULC and the Trinity Church are the two churches that actually sued the United States and won for infringing on their religious beliefs. That's why I have that stuff on my car. I never had a black plate before. Everything on my car is ULC, and I showed you guys. I got the ULC stamp on my window. I got it on my back of my license plate, and then also my car registered with my trust under the FMSSCA, which is aviation. Why would I need to register under aviation and not the DMV? Because your ass is an unidentified flying fucking object. I'll say it again. You are unidentified object. You came here with no flag, no culture, no nothing. So that means you got to make it. You got to make your flag. You got to know what it look like. You got to make your trust. You got to know what it look like. And you better have a damn crest because the police officers got it. They know they represent themselves and they got a damn crest that represent it. And when you see it, you know exactly what it is. That's why some of the police say now, like, hey, just look at it. I ain't got to say shit. Just look at this. This will give me authority. Ain't it, A-Rod? Hey, this will give me authority. Just look at this. Well, bro, I could buy that from the damn party store. Where your paperwork at, though? Where your bond at that's backing you? You know what I'm saying? Who backing you? Them the questions you want to ask. That's why in my trust, I always got a questionnaire in there for public officials. Hey, fill this out for me, please. And they can't beat your ass for that. Hey, fill this out for me, please. And they gonna fill it out. Badge number. You shouldn't be talking to them. They dead. Yeah. As soon as you talk, they got you. As soon as you talk, they gonna lock your ass up. I promise you. You ain't supposed to be saying nothing. I don't answer questions. Keep your eyes this way, because he dead. As soon as you look this way, your ass is cooked. I'm telling y'all, I've been out here for 14 years doing this. When you crack that damn window, you cooked. Because that means you heard him. And he's supposed to be dead. You ain't supposed to hear him. It's supposed to be like he ain't even there. Can I get your supervisor? No. I can't answer questions. You got to have like the military. Can you get out of the car, sir? Nope. It's my conveyance, not a car. A conveyance is what you stuck to, not a car. If you say auto, car, vehicle, they're going to lock your ass up. You in a conveyance. You only can be in a conveyance. That's it. You only can be in something that's transporting you from point A to point B. That's it. Period. And 9 times out of 10 is a spaceship to them. So I register just like I register my kid's drone. This is how I found out about it. I bought my kids a drone. We flying the drone. And in my mind, law tell you everything that's above you and under you belong to you, which is another lie that they sold, right? But they'll tell you everything in your airspace is yours. But that do mean something. But if you ain't registered your spaceship, then you shouldn't be flying. Right? I'm just asking the question. I ain't never see a goddamn spaceship lift off. Or a drone, a kid's drone, y'all. This some shit you buy at a Walmart and you gotta register that shit with the FMSCA. Think about that. Then the FMSCA is connected to the highway. But you gotta understand too, if you're on an interstate or you on an intrastate, what the police asking you? You driving on what? What do he call it?
Interstate.
What do you call it? He call it interstate. But what do conveyances travel on?
Intrastate.
Why intra? What intra mean in science?
Inter.
You ain't got no damn interstate. And I know A-Rod drive truck. A-Rod ain't riding on the interstate. And if they could get him to say that, then he get these little black little cruisers behind him talk about they got damn transportation police. That's the same shit you seen in Men in Black. Transportation police? Well, why you stopping me for? I ain't doing business. I ain't authorized to operate. Because you know once you get your paperwork correct, it's going to tell you you're not authorized to operate on the interstate. That's when you know your paperwork is good with the FMSCA. It's going to say not authorized. That's when you know. Minus the black plate bullshit. I never played into that. I did do some of that because it all makes sense when you understand that you have to register a flying object, which you are. That makes sense. Cool. But you want to get the card. I want to show y'all the card and then we'll do this thing. But I want to show y'all what it looked like so people won't be bullshitting y'all. Hold on. Twins, how long we been on? 4 hours again?
Not long enough.
All right.
Keep it going.
Have y'all ever seen this before?
No, I don't know what that is.
This is a travel card. So anybody telling y'all any other thing, if they don't have this, so any other call y'all get in, and somebody say, oh yeah, I'm teaching you how to do private and travel private and all that, tell them show you this shit. Tell them show you that. Norwood E. Williams Jr. Ministry Trust. Approved to ride. And it has Title 49, Section 390.201. Make sure y'all write that down. It's very important. But they give you a dot number. See? A dot number right there. Y'all pull up this dot number. The first person you're going to see is a dude named Willis.
What was that? 390.201?
It's Title 49, Section 390.201. Now that's travel right there. Anybody else telling you some bullshit?
Title 40 or 490?
It's 390.201.
Title 49.
They'll send you this. When you register correctly, they'll send you this right here. You go to the you're looking for the non-commercial DOT on the FMSCA website.
390.
Once you fill it out, they go. Yeah, it's 49 section 390.201. 201.
201. I bet.
That's the federal code. So that means you are federally. Remember, the state is what give us harm because the state is what collects from the name. You need to go federal. Everything you do need to be federal.
I have a DOT.
Remember, they always told you, even as an Aboriginal, you federally protected, not state protected.
How did you attain that though?
It's called a non-commercial DOT.
That's
number.
what I never got that.
The non-commercial DOT number is gonna come up in the FMSCA. Now the number the date is going to expire, but that's not what it's supposed to expire. But it's expiring because it's saying that you're not authorized to operate on the highway, on the interstate.
Right.
But this right here gives you right to operate on the intrastate.
Okay.
So the well is I brought up A-Rod. If I was to get stopped by somebody, it'll be the same transport people that stop trucks, not a police officer. You get what I'm saying? And then once you show them this, then they're gonna let you go. But if you're trying to play this game right here with a state cop or anything less than that, he's gonna lock your ass up. He probably gonna beat you up too. But this right here is what you do. Non-commercial DOT, that's the code right there. 49 section.
Where did you get that from? Did you get that from? You got that from the FMC?
Yeah, they'll give it. They'll send it to you. Yeah, I got 2 of them right here.
Because all I paperwork with my.
They'll ask you how many you need. They'll ask you how many drivers you got. So, damn, if I could pull it, I ain't want to take y'all into more time type shit. I would
have black plate shit too.
Nah, fuck that black plate shit. All you do is register your car and your trust thing, preferably a ministry trust, because that's normally what we protected under. Most people call them tribes and things like that, but the treaty goes back around to things that you can connect to in the public. They would have never created the treaties if they never wanted to come in the public. It protects you on both sides, but you got to know if you're on the interstate or the intrastate. That's how they really confuse people at the beginning.
Yep, mine is on interstate. That's what I got to get.
That's it. Yeah, you need to be riding on the intrastate, not the interstate.
So you're saying some cops you don't want to show that to? Which ones?
Well, I mean, the state one ain't gonna know what the hell this is, and if he do, he gonna already do harm to you by the time he understand this. This is where you call a supervisor and then it's real. You know how some people call for supervisor and nothing don't happen? Like the supervisor beat their ass too. This is what stopped them from doing that, because now it's telling you that now they have to at least incorporate somebody federally to even do something to you. And you already know if they got to call a federal person, what's that? What's the next person up from a sheriff?
Marshals.
That's who you call. That's who you call. I call them all the time. Like right here, like you could call them. You could call them. Did y'all know that? Did y'all know that?
Yeah.
You didn't know you can call a marshal on people?
Or they're our friends. They're our only
You can
friends.
call a marshal on people, bro. I swear to God. Like even the sheriff, because the sheriff's supposed to protect you, but they don't know the law. So the next thing up is the next bureau's up. My whole thing is, man, my mentors, like I told y'all, they taught me how to finesse the system, not run away from the system. So when I understood the IRS go after both sides, game on. When I understood the marshals can go after both sides, game on. When I understood a sheriff could do the same thing, game on. You could call people on other people, you know? Ain't the police a citizen? Ain't he a citizen? And I said it earlier, what is it called when somebody messing with you as a citizen? What power do you have?
Citizens arrest.
Fucking citizens arrest. You said you was a witness. That's what you signed. He said he was a witness. So what? He said he witnessed a crime. What's the crime? I saw him speeding 75 in a 35. But did you say you was a witness though? That's the only thing I want to know. Did you say you witnessed a crime? Are you the person testifying? Or are you the witness? Which one? And 9 times out of 10, the police is the witness, not the person that saw the crime. That's how you get them all the time. They just a witness trying to contract with you. But this right here, this real deal right here, this right here took me 8 months to get back and forth with their advisors on the phone, because they're gonna give you what you call as a representative. So once you fill it out the right way, you get a representative on the phone. He gonna say, okay, I need you to send me a piece of paper. He gonna send you the piece of paper. On the piece of paper, it's gonna say put your crest at the top and send it back. When you put your crest at the top and you send it back to them, they're gonna take you off the tax books. And that's when you get this. Swear to God. Even all my vehicles is registered as a bus, church bus. Even my Mercedes outside is a church bus. Swear to God. Swear to God.
So let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
I got some type of dude calling me, so I tried to get a DLT number for my LLC, and it was supposed to be non-commercial use only, one vehicle.
Mm-hmm.
And I explained to the DLT, and it was really helpful. Like you say, like they don't try to like trick you or that. I was telling him exactly what I was doing, trying to build up, like a courier service, right?
Mm-hmm.
They gave me a DLT number. I ended up getting a DLT number, but he was telling me like it was so much I had to deal with, like making sure I had insurance, making sure I had insurance for the specific person, like who's gonna be my driver. So I did make up a name at the time. I didn't know if I was being, bogus or not, but I'm like, yeah, I do got a driver. In the future, I'm like, man, I'm just starting my business. So yeah, I do got a driver, but I just don't have him yet. He knows he's gonna be there, but I ain't got him on pack. He's like, oh, that's cool.
Right.
After I got the DOT number, I got solicited by like every other day. It was like another person telling me, hey man, get with me. I'm gonna be your I think like a liaison or something to make sure you DOT compliant.
All right. Name.
Yeah, it's a compliant officer. Yeah.
So you're supposed to get solicited by more than one and more than
I
one?
mean, it's just like when you buy a house. You're going to get solicited by a lot of people saying, like, your mortgage. You're going to have people hitting you up talking about you got to update your mortgage information, all this type shit. That's what discernment come in at. Because when you talk to the right person, they're going to let you know that they federal. I can tell you that. I don't give a damn if you in trouble. Federal people don't have a problem with letting you know that they federal, bro.
And it is one guy, he was like, man, you call me anytime of the night, anytime you have
They give you a rep, and all you had to do is tell that rep, hey, I need to be tax exempt on the books, and he was gonna send you a letter that looked like a child wrote it. If I had more time, I would have showed y'all. We probably have to continue part 3.
Honestly, I told him I was taxes.
I'll show y'all the letter that they gave me and tell me to send back. I mean, all it said was your church name, put the crest right here,
Game
what your mission is and send it back. They upload that, they take you off the tax books, and they send you something that looks just like this. And you show this to everybody you run into. This is what I did to stop me from getting my ass whipped, because we used to get by with travel documents, but as people started doing travel documents, it got worse. The police officers just started reacting before they even, because we met a couple of police officers. They like, man, those people, I normally just leave them alone. I don't even bother them because it's going to be a lot of paperwork. So that's why they don't really play into the whole thing. That's why they'll call you a sovereign citizen before they do anything, because they just don't. They know the paperwork that come behind that, because it's a lot. But Danielle, what's up? What you got?
Right way, get taxed, because they sure send me a little bill now with the DOT. They
Yeah,
send
they
me
send you a little bill, but you ain't got to worry about the bill. You just contact them and just tell them that you in a tax exempt organization, and they'll take care of it. Yeah. Danielle, what's up? And then we'll do the thing after this.
I'm sorry. I guess I'm beating a dead horse over the head, but
are you all right?
I'm just trying to figure out how do you get that little card that you the DOT card? How do you get to that point where you get it?
So once you fill out the information on the non-DOT, when you fill it out, I always put a ministry trust, but you can put whatever you want. But on it, you have to put that it's a church vehicle, so it need to be like a bus or something.
Okay.
And then also, and I learned this from a funeral home director too, because it was like, bro, I never seen a funeral home anything get pulled over by the police, right? That's what kind of brought it along. But once you do that, then they're gonna eventually reach back out to you once you do the application. But on the application, everything you do is private. You know what I'm saying? Everything you have is private. You don't have public boxes. You don't have packages. You don't have none of that. Patrick said he only got 5 minutes left. We're gonna try to get you, bro. So once you fill it out on the website, non-commercial DOT, that's exactly what it's called. It's a non-commercial DOT.
Okay.
All right. Once you fill it out, you put the organization. Once you get that, they'll have somebody contact you. Probably take a couple of weeks for them to reach out to you. Once they reach out to you, they ask you some questions like, what type of vehicle is it? What is it? Like, what type of conveyance it is? That's what I was saying with the bus thing. They're gonna ask these things. They're gonna ask, how many drivers do you have? I had 3. Well, I did 3, but it's only me and my consort. But I did 3 just to have another card, right? So, but once you do that, they'll send you the card. Then you tell them that you have a tax exempt organization. Then that person gonna send you the template to where you send back with your CREST information on it. Once you send them that, you're good.
Thank you.
Yep. All right. All right. Then I think we are with the questions, so we're gonna go ahead and do our thing here, and so we can let everybody enjoy the rest of their day. I know we started at 2, and that's almost 6 o'clock. God damn. Okay. All right.
Time flies when you're having fun.
Y'all got stuff going on, so we're gonna get to it. So if your camera not on, it ain't gonna work. Promise you. Okay. All right. But what I want y'all to do is I want you to write on your paper. Write on your paper the 5 things that I need to do to become the new version of myself. 5 things I need to do. 5 things I need to do to become this person that I got in my mind. I don't care if it's becoming a millionaire or whatever. Whatever you have in your mind, you have to see it first. You got to paint a picture. And I'm going to help y'all with that. So this person, 5 things. Okay. Now, put a line down the middle and put, these are the things that these are the top 5 things I need to do to become this person. Because you have wants and you have needs. Wants can sometimes happen, but needs go into desire. And desire automatically taps into manifestation. If you desire it, it's going to eventually come. So what we're doing is painting out what that desire look like. Now, once we do that, we're going to start to go through everything. So, like I tell y'all, turn your camera on if you want the full experience. If not, it's all good. Now, we have done this before. So some people ain't going to take long for them to go under, as I call it. Some people that's new, just follow along with the other people and it'll work. Promise you. But do not be up in here with one eye open trying to do like this right here. It happens all the time. Jay. Jay. Hey, last time we did it, Jay was in here like, all right. But you know, Cody understands. There's a lot of people in here that understand what's about to happen. All right, but it's gonna be different. It's not gonna be the same as last time. All right, so along my journey of starting hypnotherapy, I was asked by a person one time to show me his estate. That's where the subconscious estate came from. When he understood that I could paint pictures in his mind, it's like he went into this billionaire state of mind. He was like, well, I think I could use this. And he was like, I need you to paint it. I need you to show me my estate. Show me the ancestors, show me everything. And that's kind of like what we went through on the last call, okay? You got to see and you got to tap back in to the ancestors only for missing information. You're not asking them to tell you what to do. That ain't this type of party, because they was wrong about a lot of shit too. And people don't like to say that about the ancestors, but they ass be wrong too. Trust me. Because all they did was transition to another form, but they be wrong too. All right. So the line that you put down and you got the need, leave that blank. The other one, fill that out. First side should be filled out 5 things. The other one, blank. What we gonna do is, as we go through this, something gonna happen. Something gonna happen that y'all don't think can happen. I remember one time I tried to write, and I can't write worth the damn with my eyes open, okay? Chicken scratch, what they call doctor handwriting. That's what I got. Now, through what I figured out is that you can definitely write with your eyes closed. And not only write with your eyes closed, you can write down the things you need to do to become that new version of yourself compared to the things you think. See, so on that side that I told y'all to write, that's all ego shit. Just look at it right now and say, that was my ego. Everything I wrote down was my ego. How I feel, what I want. That ain't came from the source, I can promise you, but we're gonna figure it out. So over time, I figured out how to allow people to experience this, okay? It's called ghostwriting. I call it ghostwriting because it almost reminded me of the movie Ghost. When the lady was doing the thing and he came and sat by her and he was doing it with her. She could feel him, but she couldn't see him. You know what I'm saying? So your subconscious is always there, sight unseen. Even if you can't see it, it's like air, it's there, okay? So we're gonna bring it out a little bit and we're gonna ask it what your purpose is. It's a shortcut. That's why I normally don't do it with people, because it's a shortcut. It's kind of eliminate all the extra questions you normally ask about yourself. All right, so make sure your pen is on the desk beside your notebook. Pen beside your notebook, not in your hand. Don't close your eyes, don't do nothing. Just put that pen by that notebook. All right. Get used to hearing my voice. Because throughout this, it's going to be my voice is going to be like sensation. All right. So what I want y'all to do is, everybody that's ready, we're going to do some breathing exercises first to relax the body, relax the mind, okay? This is only to relax. And then everything else, I'll leave it to me, okay? Whoever trusts the situation, go with me. If you're scared, if you got a certain background, just look, but don't be scared. I can promise you, don't be scared, because this is something that everybody needs. I can promise you that. This is something that most people is not introduced to. That's why I started it, okay? So now, what I want y'all to do is, I want everybody to put their hands up like this. Hands up, all right? Now, what you do, bring them in. Just follow me, y'all. Follow me. Right? Go. All right, now, just listen to me from now on. Here we go. I want y'all to take a deep breath in. Follow me. Hold it. Hold it. Let it out. Right now, your body's starting to relax. As your body's starting to relax. In this moment right now, your eyes starting to feel a little bit heavy, but they're not closed yet. So don't close them until they need to close, okay? Don't rush it. Don't rush it. What I want y'all to do is, I want you to place your hand almost like you praying in front of you, just like this. Just like this, all right? What I want you to do is, you're going to pick your two fingers up. You're going to put them together. All right, now, everybody listen to me from this point forward. When I ask you to separate your fingers, you're going to stare at the tip of your fingers. You're going to stare at the tip of your fingers starting now. Hands out, staring at the tip of your fingers, right at the very top. Narrowing your eyes at the very top, almost like you're looking through your fingers. That's how I want you to look at it, almost like you're looking through your fingers. The power of the mind is you got magnets on both top of your finger. You got magnets on the top of your finger. Right now, you imagine these magnets getting stronger and stronger and stronger. In a moment, I'm going to ask you guys to open your fingers. When you open your fingers, they're going to start to come back together. Once they touch, you guys are going to go into a deep, deep meditation. Before we do that, I want you to take one more deep breath in. Hold it. Hold it. Let it out. Still focusing on the fingers, still focusing on the fingers. Now, in the moment when your fingers open, they're going to start to come back together. When they do come together, I'm going to count to 3 and we're going to make this process happen. When they do come back together, your eyes are going to close and you go into a deep, deep, deep sleep. You will not fall out of your chair. You will not fall over, but your head will come over and your chin will touch your chest to make sure you are all the way in. Everybody hear me. Shake your head if you can hear me. Here we go. All right. 1, 2, 3. Fingers open. As I'm talking right now, they're getting closer and closer, moving closer and closer, tighter and tighter. Everybody's fingers might touch before the other. As soon as your fingers touch, your eyes will close and you will go down. You will not fall over. You will not fall out. But your chin will touch your chest. 1, 2, 3. Fingers touch, going deeper and deeper down. Eyes closing down. Deep breath in. Hands down to your waist. Keep it in, keep it in, keep it in. Let it out. Relaxing all the way down. The people that have their hands together right now, as I'm talking, listening to my voice, Jay, the more you listen to my voice and the deeper my voice get, the more relaxed you get. The more you don't worry about the world, the more you relax, the more your hands will come all the way down to your lap and just rest on your lap. Right now, it's happening right now. There you go, brother. Going deeper and deeper into this moment. 10 times deeper as you hear my voice. The more you hear my voice, you go 10 times deep into this moment. Picturing the notebook in front of you, picturing the ink pen in front of you, or your pencil in front of you, whatever you're writing, utensil it'll be in front of you. But right now, what I want y'all to do is, Angel, relaxing down right now, hands coming down to your waist, sitting down on your knees. Let your hands touch your knees, Angel. Bring them down. Deep breath in, brother. Deep breath. When you exhale, you're going to be 10 times deep, chin hitting your chest. There you go. Relax. There we go. Relax all the way down, getting deep and deep as you hit into my voice. Deep and deeper down as you hear my voice. Everybody, as you hear my voice, you go deeper, deeper into this moment. Deeper and deeper down into this moment where you start to see things. You're starting to see visions. You're starting to see pictures. You're starting to see a lot of things starting to pop up in your mind, but it's going to get even stronger as I'm speaking right now. Right now, everybody is on the top of a stairs, looking down the stairs. It's about 10 stairs. I want you to walk down this step. As you walk down this step, you're going to start to feel a relief. You're going to start to feel all the stress. Everything that been carrying you down, all the weight that was on you, you're going to start to feel it. As you go down these steps, you're going to start to release it. As I start right now, making the first step, 9. Everybody's on the 9th step, feeling their body just relax, feeling the stress, feeling the nervousness, feeling the unclarity drop away from their body. 8, going deeper and deeper down into the stairwell. 7, 6, 5, going deeper and deeper. 4, 3. Now, when I hit the 1, you're going to be in the hallway. When I get the 1 and you in this hallway, you're going to be approached by something. You're going to be approached by something, and you're going to make a picture out of it. What you're going to be approached by is the thing that's holding you back. What you're going to be approached by is yourself. You're going to see a version of yourself that's holding you back. And your whole objective is to work together. Right now, 2, step 2, almost at 1. When we hit 1, you're going to relax, deep, deep relax. You're going to start to have a conversation with this person. It's almost like looking in the mirror. Right now, you're starting to see this person probably look totally different than the person you are right now. Looking in this mirror right now, seeing that person. Right now, when I count to 3, a sensation is going to come over you. You're going to become this person. When I say 3 and I count to 3, you're going to become this person right now. You guys going to merge together, yin and the yang, working together for the first time in your life. 1, starting to approach the figure in the mirror, starting to believe that the figure is you. But this figure in the mirror is a child. But this child, there's something wrong with this child. Maybe it was trauma. Maybe it was old stories left behind. People saying you couldn't make it happen. People saying you can't do it. All of these things, even things that you didn't think about, starting to pop up in your mind right now. The things that's holding you back. Standing in this hallway. 2, you start to see a light in the hallway. This light is shining towards this tunnel. But that tunnel has something blocking it. I don't know what's blocking it. It could be a stone. It could be a square, a rectangle, mud, water. It's up to you, but it's there. If you see it right now, shake your head. If you see the thing that's bothering you, shake your head. If you see the thing that's holding you back and you could put a vision to it and you can actually call it something, shake your head. If it's right in front of you, shake your head. You're starting to feel the energy from it. And that energy do not want you to become this new version of yourself. But to this day right here, you're going to take the power and you're going to become this person that you always wanted to become. Not the person that people painted on you to become. The person you see in the mirror, the person you want to be every day, the person you're going to wake up to be every morning from this point forward. When I count to 1, this transition is going to start to happen. 1, 2, 3. Starting to happen, starting to merge into this person. You're starting to merge into it to the point where now you're starting to feel that anger, stress, complications, bills, not making money, not having a job, not having a business. All of this stuff starting to weigh on you, but you're going to let it off. And the way you're going to let it off is when I count to 3, whatever's in front of you is going to move itself. And when it moves itself, you're going to have a whole flood of energy come in on your body. When that energy come in, it's going to be the energy you was looking for. It's going to be that person you was looking for. 1 is starting to build up. 2, you starting to feel it in your chest. The things you feel in your chest is coming from your eyelids, from your fingertips, from your head, from your toes, bringing it into the middle of your chest. Everything that's holding you back, you starting to see it and you starting to bring it in. Everything that's holding you back from being this new version, starting to build up in your chest. Right now as I'm speaking, starting to build up in your chest with so much intensity to the point where this ball have to be dissolved. You have to get rid of this ball in your chest. And the only reason to do that is to release. The only way to release this ball that's building up as I'm speaking right now, everything you've been against is balling up in the middle of your chest. Everything you ever came against in the middle of your chest. But what you're going to do is you're going to release it. You're going to release this thing out of your chest right now. It's probably almost unbearable almost. But when I count to 3, you're going to release. You're going to cry. You may scream. I don't know. You might just be calm. Everybody react different. But when I count to 3, you're going to release. You're going to release whatever that is holding you back. You're going to release whatever it is stopping you becoming that version. And you're going to release everything, and you're going to trust this new thing that you came into with. And when you trust it, we're going to do something that's called ghostwriting. We're going to do something where you don't have to open your eyes to write down your dreams. And we're going to do it. So now, here we go. Everybody get ready. Right now, that ball probably ready to bust. That ball probably ready to let go. We probably never let go like this in our life, but we're going to do it today. We're not trying to be strong today. We're just trying to heal. We're trying to get right. We're trying to reprogram. 1, 2, here we go. 3, release. Release. There you go. Release it. Release. 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 All right. Now, for the people that came out of it, I'm going to count to 3, and y'all going to go back deeper and deeper than y'all was before. 1, 2, 3. Back again. Deep. Deep, deep, 10 times deep, 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 10 times deep into the moment. Starting to get to the point where you can feel the power. You can start to feel your body merging with the soul, the spirit, everything working together at this one time, in this one point in time. Everything is going to work to embetter yourself and embetter your life. But this is what's going to happen. Something very powerful is going to happen. Right now, with your eyes closed, everybody listening to my voice, with your eyes closed, you will begin to pick up your pen. Your eyes will not open, but you will begin to pick up your pen. Do not try to fight it. Just let your hands grab the pen. Let the body, let the mind grab the pen. We grabbing the pen, eyes closed, even tighter. Even if you try to open your eyes, right now they even tighter. Feel like bricks on your eyes. They tight. You can't open them if you even try. The more you try, the more tighter and tighter they become. Going deeper and deeper into this moment. But right now, what I want you guys to do, listen to my voice, pick up your pen, and I want you to trust yourself. In that blank area, you're going to start to fill it out. Your eyes will not open, but in that blank area that you wrote of the things you need to do to become this person, this new version of yourself. When I count to 3, your hands are going to start moving and you're going to start writing. It's going to be clear as day. It's not going to be scratch writing. It's going to come straight from the soul. It's going to come straight from the soul and you're going to start writing. You're going to be able to read it when you come out of this thing. But what I want you to do right now at the count of 3, I want you to grab your pen and start writing. 1, 2, 3. I want you to write your dreams. I want you to write the things you need to do. As you're writing this, you're starting to feel a relief. As you're writing it, you're starting to feel your confidence go 1,000% through the roof. You're starting to feel the power within you go 1,000% through the roof. You're starting to awaken something that you didn't awaken in a long time. Tears starting to fall that never fall before. Writing it down, really having intention and desire for this. Not blocking it out. Trusting the body. Writing it down. Because after we done, I'm going to ask everybody what they wrote down. And this is being written without your eyes. You will not see this as you writing it. So you writing completely from the soul. You writing completely from the soul and not the 2 eyes. You writing from that one eye in the middle of your goddamn head. And I want you to write. I want you to write your dreams. I want you to write your desires. I want you to write who you are and who you will become. Now, when you believe it, you're going to see an elevator approach itself. You're going to see an elevator approaching your mind. That elevator will approach. As you write and you start to believe this and you start to encompass this new person, you're going to move into that elevator, but that elevator door will not open until you're sure. That pen will not go down until you're sure that you got it locked in. That pen will keep moving and keep writing until you're done. I don't care if you have to go to the next page. The mind gonna do it. The mind will turn the page. We don't need your eyes to do this. Trust your body, trust your body, trust your mind, trust your heart. Keep writing the more you write. But the good thing is that when you finish writing and that pen go down, your eyes will open and you're going to come back and you're going to feel 1,000% better. You're going to be a new person. You're going to be ready for the world. You're going to let these things off that's bothering you. You're going to keep writing. The more you write, the more you relieve stress, the more you relieve pain, unclarity, the things you need to do, your estate, the things you need to put in order. All of this stuff happens. You can't trick yourself. That pen would not go down and your eyes would not open and that elevator would not accept you until you're ready for sure and you understand what you've written down and you believe it. As you guys start to write it down, as you guys start to believe it, remember your eyes will not open until you're ready. Your eyes will not open until you become this person. You cannot trick yourself. Everybody will come back at their own time. Take your time. Put it down, write it down. A lot of people came right out. That means they ain't had a lot going on. They just need to get to executing. Okay? Wait for everybody. Take your time. Take your time. You won't come out of it until you believe it. Them eyes won't open until you believe it. Can't trick yourself. Do that work, Jay. Do that work. I see Jim smiling. Jim came out of that joker quick. Some of y'all came out. Some of y'all gonna have to, experience the whole thing, but, all right. Give them time, y'all. Give them time. People really do that work. Give them some time. I'm seeing these pretty eyes popping back up. There you go, Tammy. I see you back. Danielle doing that work. Danielle doing that work. I don't care what nobody say. Danielle is doing that work. Tara looked like she had an experience. You had an awakening over there. Hey, Paris, I see you jump out, brother, but I saw you went through it too, though. I saw you. I know it's new. I know it. All right. Let's see. Let's make sure everybody. The people with the camera off, I can't see. That's why I always say put your camera on so I can see you. But let's see. Everybody back? Everybody back? We back?
Oh, we back.
We back. Danielle, tell me something. What was happening? What was going on?
A lot.
Tell me the awakening. What conclusion you came to?
I have a lot of child issues.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Seen that child?
I did.
How she look?
Like the pictures.
She look good or she look beat down? Which one?
She looked good, but she was always sad because I know she was.
Did you change the narrative? Did you leave her sad or you helped her? You had a conversation?
We did not.
Okay, we're gonna have to. You gotta have a conversation. Where the tears
smiled.
come from, bro? Where those tears came from?
Because it's it's emotional. She had a lot of issues. You know, rough childhood.
Mm. Who
And
cried? Who said they crowned their little Tammy? Tammy said she crowned her. You crowned her? I'm talking about. But Danielle, you know that was your first. I'm sure that was that your first time experiencing that.
I missed it last week because I didn't understand what you were saying, that I was to follow with it. But it's funny because I watched the replay on the YouTube, and I must have done something, you know, missed something. There's
Yeah.
whilst I was doing it because I was asleep for over an hour.
Oh yeah, you was just healing, just recharging. The body do that. Yeah. When the
Yeah, I
body
was gone
do
for
this,
over an hour.
you'll
But
charge up real quick. Yeah.
but that was I did see myself. I didn't see myself, but I was standing on the hill.
Mm.
That was actually a more a positive and more beautiful time of my life.
Okay, okay, okay. I love to hear that. I love to hear that. Who else got an experience they want to share?
I'll go.
All right.
My ghostwriting handwriting is beautiful. And
Now, that's what I want right there. I want you to first read off the other side. Everybody follow with me on this. Read the other side of the stuff you put down. And for the people that went through this, look at the other side now and see what it say you need to do compared to what you want to do. Look at those two things. All right, Tara, give me your comparison.
my ghostwriter told me to make a list, and as a Sagittarius, we don't like to do lists. And I gotta do my rituals, connect to source, release fear, and then I flip the page and discipline, unconditional love, create a state for family and lineage, minister trust, work with others who are on the same wavelength, hug more trees, earth, ground, and frequency music.
Now, what's the comparable to your other side?
The other side was to correct status and make millions and billions with trust.
That's two things the fucking subconscious don't care about. What else?
And then file casework papers.
That's three things the subconscious don't give a shit about. What's the other one?
And create trust for myself and others.
That'll happen, but it still don't give a shit about it. What else?
Yeah, and meditate.
Now go back to the side where it give a shit about. Let's see the difference. Read that again.
Connect to source, make a list, release fear, spread knowledge. And myself wrote, keep growing, Tara, you got this. Confident, soulful, ritual, discipline, unconditional love, creative state, work with others, hug more trees, frequency music.
And I know you definitely wasn't gonna write hugging trees on your list.
No, I already hugged trees, but it says hug more trees.
Who else got? Who? Somebody else give me a comparison. Give me the comparison.
Can I go? Can I go?
Let's go.
What I wrote before, the ones I was, I had forgive myself, forgive others, get organized, acquire as much knowledge, and work on time usage.
Yeah, the ego is a motherfucker. Now, what the other one say?
The other side was family, grandchildren, homesteading, farming, vacations, husband, partner, friends, pets, love, forgiveness.
Ain't that just sound like night and day? Ain't one of them sound like very commercial and the other one sound like harmony? You get what I'm saying? Like, well,
Hey, I got the forgiveness part on both sides.
Yeah, it hit you on both sides for that. Because yeah, you got, like you said though, but it makes sense. When you seen your inner child, she had things to do. She had inner work. She had work to do. That's why you was still in there as long as you was. So I'm always expecting that as long as you in there. But Jay, you know I got to pick on you, bro. What you got for me, man? You know, it took you a little while. I had to pinpoint on you. But you went down eventually. What's up? Talk to me.
Yeah, I just had being financially free, clear of doubt, be able to write paperwork effectively, and then be financially free. And then on the other side, it was just like community, freedom, being a leader.
You like to hang in the shadows, Jay. I be picking with you like that. I be trying to bring you out of the shadows, man. You like to try and work behind the scenes, but that ain't your strength, bro.
Yeah.
Your strength is out in the front, man. So that other list, y'all, I'm telling you, if you deny this list, you're gonna deny who you are. What I've done for y'all is that is what I charge 15K for on that board. Most people think I charge for trust. But think about it. Most people go through this with me once a month. So picture going this once a month with me through this and building your trust at the same time. That's why I am who I am. That's why nobody don't fuck with me when it comes to this stuff. And I can stand up with the best of them. That's the difference. Because I incorporate the public, the paperwork, and the mindset. So like they said earlier, the mind, the spirit, and the body. I want to master all three. And if it's 4, I'll master that shit too. But right now, I know we got to master the mind. And you can't complete no trust. You can't protect your estate if your mindset is messed up. It don't matter if you got good paperwork in your hand. If you come from a bad position and bad energy, still won't happen for you. We only operate nobility. Only. If it ain't noble, we ain't doing it. If it look like it's gonna be in dishonor, we not messing with it. We only want to be in honor so we can get the remedy we looking for. And that's the whole thing that most people forget. It have to deserve remedy. You can't just pop up and think something's supposed to happen. Queen, talk to me.
Well, I got is to love myself.
Got to light up, man. I need to light up too. They smoke them if you got them.
Well,
I'll keep it.
Well, to love myself because I love other people.
First. Give me the other side first. Give me the side you wrote down first on your own.
What I dreamed about is my grandpa.
Did he talk to you?
Yes, all the time.
Just now?
Yes.
What did he say?
He said, "Hi, I miss you."
What else he say?
You're doing good things in your life.
Probably tell you keep going, huh?
Yeah.
They real good at that. They're real good at telling you keep going. Cause why? A person that ain't got no goddamn body gonna always tell you keep going, right?
Yeah, because
they fell short somewhere.
Yeah, because he passed away actually he passed away, and I cried so much every single day when he's not around. And it's hard for me to express myself when others are like not here.
Look what you're doing now though. You expressing yourself in a room full of strangers.
And I'm happy for that.
You expressing yourself in a room full of strangers. You don't give a shit no more. And that's what I was searching for. You don't give a shit. People telling you can't get a job and all. You don't need no damn job. You need to figure out what you love and you need to do it. And then you got people around you to support you to do it. That's why I tell you, don't get caught up in this thing. If you coming from if somebody got you coming from anger and that type of spirit and essence, get away from them. You ain't studying the right thing. You're not studying the right thing if it's not coming from love. Equity is love. People always try to get it in this law thing, but equity is love, and it's unconditional. Unconditional, not conditional. Told y'all what Trump did. Trump took the unconditional route. He ain't went conditional. He could have.
Yep.
He would have lost so much playing that game. You got to know what game you playing. He went unconditional. That mean, bro, you know I'm a fucking felon. You know I'm a criminal, but you can't put me in jail. That's what unconditional mean. That's unconditional. Conditional means selling out that debt, getting rid of it. Why the fuck he gonna sell out of debt and he's still trying to be the president and fuck this world up? It gotta be reset. And there's certain people in play to do that. As much as I tried to stop doing this, I do it more. You know, I do it more. Like I'd even do it with people in the street now. Like if I see you look bad, I'm like, hey, come here. What's up? You know? And then the thing is, you gotta know when you change. And I can hear your voice. From the way you was talking at first to the way people would tell you that's the way you talk and that's the way you do things. Oh, you totally doing it different right now. You speaking in front of a room full of people. Public speaking is the #1 hardest thing in the world for people to do. Don't say anything else. And they'll say it. Oh, I'll get on stage. All right, go do it. Scariest thing ever. You just did it. You just tell people how you feel and they strangers. Power in that, right? So you got to sit down, do your homework about yourself, figure out what all the people doing around you, because you're in a higher level room right now, and the people that ain't high level, you're going to be that eventually. And I don't like to be around people that ain't high level. You know, drain my energy, right? So I told you the twins came with energy. They like, we got to make something happen. Fuck it. If it's free, if they paying for it, I don't care. If y'all came to me, let's do it. You know? So you got to trust yourself, queen. Stick with the queen. Don't never go back to no iPad and none of that shit. When you come in the room, people need to know who you are. They need to know who you stand on, what you speaking about. You got to know and let people know that they're not going to change your mind because your mind is already set. You already know what you're here for. You don't need nobody else to tell you that because they ain't designed shit. They ain't even designed their own damn life path. So how they going to tell you what to do? All right?
When I was in...
I'm coming right back to you, queen. I just want to like knock out these things. And I got you. I'm going to let you talk a little bit too. I want you to kind of release that. Tom, talk to me, bro. What's happening? What's happening over there on your notepad? Oh, you're on mute. You're on mute.
Good. All right. So I started off with start my live streaming subscription site, travel around and go on people's podcasts and get all my videos over onto YouTube and offer laser coaching.
And that's ego, right?
Yeah.
Is that ego side? That's what you wrote down?
Right.
That's the ego. Okay. Now tell me what the source said.
Get organized, throw shit away, stop caring about what people think, let everybody know what I'm about, lead, express myself fully, and let it rip.
And remember, most people say, I got anxiety. And I tell them you don't have anxiety because anxiety is the symptom. But what caused it? Was it your parent? Was it your mama? Was it your daddy? Was it a dog that bites you? It's a memory, right? Everything yours is telling you will get your other side moving. Get your YouTube videos up. You can't do that if you're listening to what other people saying. You'll never get a video up, bro. If you tap into that other side, the other side will show itself. Because that source side is writing for the best interest of you. The other one is writing for the best interest of it. That's why they call it the ego. You get what I'm saying? Like, yeah, man, I want a Snicker, man, you know, damn Baby Ruth, something like that. And then when you come to the other side, it's totally different. It's night and day. So either you're going to believe one side or you're going to believe the other side. That is what leave with you. I can't do nothing about that. I can show it to you. But if you don't believe it, I ain't did nothing. So if you don't believe what source telling you over the other side, you're going to be stuck. You're going to keep in this little spinning wheel. You're going to stay right there. What they call insanity. So it told you, bro. It told you. This is what I do to stop people from giving me wrong information. When I ask people questions and I can't get it out, that's what I do. I just have the source to write it. Why I'm gonna keep going back and forth with you for? Keep asking the ego, what do you want? Oh, I want to beat a judge. I want to beat court. Yeah, but where that come from though? That's just the symptom. Where that come from? Oh, because I got a business name. I got a trust name. That's where it come from. So I got to go back to source to figure it out. Y'all got it. Who else want to share? Angel, I thought you were gonna share, man. Like you had experience over there, bro. You was in and out. You on mute.
Oh damn, my bad. The first is correct status, correct travel. The second is correct travel status. Third is sole prop funding. Fourth is trust funding. And I had six. One was to fund the house into the trust, and was meditate more.
Okay, that's ego, right?
That's the first one, yeah.
That's your ego. Okay, now tell me what source say.
Well, I was supposed to do the source after while I was writing the other stuff, right? That's how I. So, right next to it, it says I need to do all the above in the same way. It's the same. But this side is neat.
Hey, your subconscious ain't playing with you. He like, fuck that, man. All of it.
This is crooked though.
It's clear though, isn't it? You can read it.
I can read it. Yeah, I can read
What it say? What it say?
I need to get my trust affairs in order to save property so my family will have something when I go back. And it says keep family name with a heart.
Anybody else want to share? Hey, twins, you know, I think we kind of did our job, I think, for the second time.
Yeah, this is a great class. I like it. I really like it.
Yeah, man, you know, it's just a different type of thing. Now, I know some people had their camera off, but I know they went through it. Somebody that had their camera off and went through it, say something. Somebody had their camera off, but they went through it. Say something. And you might be on mute. Check your mic.
Yeah. I wrote. Oh,
Who's that?
Daniel.
Okay, Daniel. It just got Zoom on there. Talk to us, Daniel.
I wrote house and get a house and be a judge, or put it under the trust. I meant, or under a ministry trust, as the ego, or be a judge and be a judge, and then dream life. Help. Help with land. Have land.
And it's the first
Love
side, right?
more. But no, well,
Give me the
I
first one
forgot
you
to
wrote
write.
down. What's the first stuff you wrote down?
Oh, under ego.
Yeah, what's the first thing? Yeah, before your eyes close, what you wrote down?
Oh, well, actually, I forgot to write that stuff, but I wrote it after I remembered.
Oh, okay, you went straight to the other side. So what the source say? What source say?
Okay, I kind of wrote over on top of my other writing, but I'm trying to remember what I wrote. Get a living trust with under a ministry and a church, and it's kind of hard to read because I wrote over it.
No, it's good. It's all good. It's all good. As long as you picked up that pen and you wrote
And free thyself.
you did something. Okay. Now it ain't
Yeah.
always a full session. Like I normally do this in full sessions, but if you was able to do that, then after we get off this call, the day is going to be different for you. Things going to be brighter. The way people talk is going to make more sense than anything. You're definitely going to be you're going to be sensitive to people of what they say and what they do. So what I always tell people, go for a walk. You know, after something like this, go for a walk. That's what I always recommend.
Yeah.
Go for a walk, no cell phones, no nothing. Just go for a walk. And then when your body tell you to stop, like Forrest Gump, and then you go back home. I'm telling you, this is how this shit works. Just start walking until your body, just like when we did the thing like this.
Yeah.
Just let your hands do it. Same thing. Go out and walk until your mind just say, okay, go back home. And I'm telling you, things gonna change for you. If you're on this call and you take that walk and you don't turn around, because the reason I'm telling you to leave cell phones and all behind, because you don't need nothing. You don't need no net. You don't need no. You just need to be out there.
The connection to the earth is the natural network.
That's the net. And that's all I want y'all to tap into when y'all go out. Cody, what happened to you this time, bro? I know the first time you got with your people the first time. And then what happened to you this time?
Just a confidence booster, man.
Give me the ego.
Accept what I've done to make it possible. Let go of doubt. Enjoy the fruits of my labor and believe 100 in me.
All right, give me the other side.
Just making, sending out validation letters, cleaning up the credit, getting everything ready to accept what's coming.
Got you. Okay. So you got to get in position. So most people that went through it, they kind of understand what direction they going, what they need to do. You either believe it or you don't. You know, I'm not here to make you believe nothing. I'm just here to show it. And, if you believe it and you take this walk with yourself throughout the day, the next time we get on these calls, we have a lot of stories. We have a lot of awakenings. We have a lot of things happening. So that's what I'm looking forward to. We get with the sisters and y'all to see when we going to put this together again. We definitely got almost pretty much the same people. So I like that too. So the next time we get together, ain't gonna be no more talking. It'll be a real full session. I've been talking to the sisters about this, and I want to do a real, I want to take y'all through a real, I want to take y'all to the experience of almost close to ayahuasca. I want y'all to fucking throw up and all that shit. That's what I really be trying to do with y'all, but I don't be trying to scare y'all neither. But really what you need is to clear out. That's why even in the session, I would say release, whatever your release is, because I can't tell you how to release. But if you release, I can promise you, even some of you guys today, you're going to find yourself where a little drip of water going to come out your eye real quick. You might sit down real quick and cry or something. It ain't nothing wrong with you. Nothing wrong. This the body just resetting itself. All right. But that's all I got, y'all. I know we're going into the 5-hour mark, I think.
So I just want to thank you guys all for being here. If you guys loved any of the value, any of the knowledge, share with somebody, leave a comment, subscribe, do all that fun stuff. If you guys want to send donations, our links are on the bottom in the description in the YouTubes. They're on my Instagram. I appreciate you guys all for being here. Thank you, Minister, so much for taking us down this hallway that we need to release. And I appreciate you more than you even know. And I'm so glad you are a part of our team and you're part of the conscious community. And I appreciate everybody that's here. Just show some love, support, comment, subscribe, do all that fun jazz. And Tammy, if you have anything, say you're out.
Yeah, don't send me no donations. Send it to the twins. You know, they putting this together. Hopefully, we can put more of them together. Send all donations to them so we can make this thing bigger, because that's what donations do. It help them expand, help them get on a bigger platform, larger platforms. That's what donations do. So, you guys definitely do that, and we'll definitely put something together for the next time. And I hope everybody learns something. I hope y'all understand that it's bigger than trust, it's bigger than paperwork. If you don't understand in your mind that you're free, you already locked up. So, you know, definitely take the mental thing as priority. You know, I know some people say status correction is priority and this and that. No, your mind is priority. That's priority. Okay. Yeah, Tammy, what you got? I know you say you crowned your little one. I wanted to hear that story. How did this play out?
She was just there, and I was just like, oh my God, you're here. And she was so happy to see me. And then I just was like, here, and I gave her my crown. And
yeah.
So, and then another crown appeared. It was so weird. It was like, oh, I got bigger.
What type was what condition? I know some other people saw their inner child too. What condition was she in when you first saw her?
She was sad.
Normally it's like that. Yeah. Yeah. You don't understand. Your parents, if you had parents like mine, yeah, they did some damage to you. Any parent to tell you to shut the hell up, sit down, don't say nothing, be quiet, you know, I'm gonna give you something to cry for, you know, shit like that. You know, that's trauma, y'all. I'm telling you, that is deep, deep trauma. So don't ever think that you're okay, because we all went through it. You got trauma from somewhere, you know. So my whole thing is to release it so you can see things more better with clarity. I hope you guys saw your inner child, because it's something that you want to see, because we all get older and we forget. We forget even how we looked at 8 years old, 7 years old. But you gotta go back and remember, because that's the time when you would jump off a building and then give a shit. And that's what you need to, that's the type of mindset you need when you're in trust and equity. You gotta trust yourself like a child. You know, it's a lot of things you're gonna walk into that you're not gonna understand. That's why you gotta have the power and the insight of a child, not an adult. Common law is common sense. I say it all the time. It ain't about being the smartest person in the room, because you ain't gonna get no remedy. You gotta let them know. I could be a trustee, yes. I could be a grantor, yes. But right now, I think I'm gonna play the beneficiary title right now, because that's the title that y'all owe by law. Y'all owe that one. That one's supposed to live, and you're not supposed to mess with it. You're not supposed to tamper with it. You're not supposed to. That's why I kind of like try to switch the laws into what I can understand. I understand what they say is a law, but then I have to make it make sense to myself. Okay, you say that life, liberty, and property. Okay, I understand. Okay, I got it. You know, you know, and I know a person can't own nothing, so you can't. Property can't own property. So it got to be something that they design that can own things. You can't own nothing, but a trust can. Own nothing, control everything. That's where it come from. But yeah, that's all I got, y'all. You know, I'm gonna hang out with the family and. Oh, Queen, I ain't forgot about you. Go ahead.
Well, thank you for having me here, and thank you for Minister. You're an amazing man, and I love you to death.
Worldwide, if they don't kill me first.
You're an amazing man, and I love you to death. And thank you, Tara and Tammy. I love you all. And
Queen, I can't wait to see what you're gonna do. You don't hear the confidence in your voice.
Yes.
You remember when I first came on the call and you was on there, and I was like, who the hell is iPad? You was like, now you like, I'm gonna do this, and I'm gonna do that, and I'm gonna do that.
Yes.
Watch this, Queen. This is how powerful this shit work, right? Do you want a job?
Yes.
But what type of job?
Cooking job.
Y'all see how fast this shit coming? Okay, 5-star chef or regular?
Chef.
Your own restaurant or not?
I want to own my own restaurant.
How much you want to make a year?
100.
Where you want to drive?
I don't drive.
What you gonna drive? Cause we got you know, if you get rich enough, you can have somebody drive you around. So
Yes.
I mean, you just travel. I know you don't drive. You telling me something I already know. All right. So what are you gonna be riding in?
A taxi?
Shit, you want a taxi?
Yeah.
You want to ride in a taxi for the rest of your life?
Yes.
Fuck it. Put it on the list. You got a taxi. All right. Well, that means you're gonna make enough to pay for a taxi every day. All right. Now,
Yeah.
what are you dressed in?
I cook a lot. I make eggs, I make burgers, I make sandwiches, and definitely I make pasta.
You you already set up did you set up a DoorDash from the house?
I wish I could.
No, I'm telling you can. I'm telling you. You know how to cook and you like to cook. All you gotta do is start a business. Start a business. Listen to me. Start a business. Sign up for DoorDash and Uber Eats, not to deliver, to cook. Don't you let regular people on their platform? They give you the credit card machine and everything at your house. You didn't know that?
Yep.
I got delivered from a dude one day. He was like, yeah, like I'm cooking in my kitchen. Yeah, it's true. Like you can really get signed. Once you get your business, you can sign up. I know the twins will help you with that.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, you can sign up and cook your food, and it'll be delivered by Uber Eats and DoorDash. When people see you on there, they don't care if you're in your house. As long as the picture look like it's supposed to look, trust. The picture look like what you looked at on the menu. And now you're not working. Get that job stuff out. Okay? You want to work for yourself. You want to do what you love. And if it ain't going in that energy, turn away. That's why I asked you again. You want a job, but I could promise you that other side that wrote down, which is source, if I asked it that question, I could promise you what it's gonna say. It ain't gonna say no job. You can use a job to get to where you need to go, but you're in a high level room. All you gotta do is ask a question. You know where you want to go. So think about that and bring it back to the room. Hey guys, I'm on this mission and I'm doing this. What do you think? Oh, well, we think this. We think that. And I could promise you, a couple calls like that, you wouldn't be working no job. Right? So you powerful. Believe it. All right, y'all. Jay, we good, bro? Hey, Rod. I know you say your phone dropped.
Hey, boss.
Yeah,
Hey,
that's
Rod, your phone dropped. Yeah. So, hey, Rod, reach out to me. I owe you one anyway.
I appreciate that. I'll keep that in mind.
I owe you one anyway. Reach out to me.
All right. Sure will.
What's up? Talk to me, brother.
Down on it.
Bro, do it, bro. Hey, I'm gonna get up with you and Ken out there too, real soon.
Oh, that's awesome.
I'm gonna be out there real soon, for sure. Yeah. Y'all just know I will be in Texas real soon, probably next month. Yeah, I'm gonna do a meetup too.
Well, we'll plan it out. That way we can meet up at the same time. Always on the road a lot, so.
Yeah, I know. He was telling me about it. Because I told him, you know, I kind of tap in with your info and stuff, man. Keep sharing, bro. Keep sharing, man.
Absolutely.
All right. But we good? Y'all, we good? Twins, we good?
Yes, we are. Thank you all for coming. Thank you. We will see you guys on the next one.
All right, y'all. Peace.
I wanted to ask you a question,